Whew. So, plan for today, we got two chill games that I want to play. One of them is Wordatro, which I'm a little mixed on, honestly, as like a game overall. I'll explain it more as we get into it, but it has a daily run in it that I think is quite enjoyable. And then we're also going to play some Islanders, I think, which is another chill little island development game. So I think that'll be a nice fun time. So let's get into this. The Wordatro is basically like Boggle, but with Balatro-style modifiers on it. And it's interesting. It's fun, but it doesn't have the depth of Balatro, in my opinion. So like this is the core game over here. You have a couple of different difficulties, but that's all your options. And then there's a daily challenge, which is the same for everybody, and you can try and score on the board. So we're gonna do the daily challenge and see how far we get. This one is interesting to me just because of that element of being able to compare against other folks. So we have a set pool of letters here. We can sort them in different ways if we so choose, but I usually don't mess with that too much. And there are a bunch of other things going on screen. Every little tile you get gives you the multiplier for the number of tiles. So if we did a word like stoned, we would get 6 multipliers, because each of those adds 1. The letters have their points values on them, so you want to try and get as many points as you can, and it goes to meet the score thresholds to complete each round. We have a certain amount of energy, which is how many words we can actually submit, and we have re-rolls. So if we really hate our letters, we could get rid of them over here and give us new ones back instead, up to 3 at a time. What we're probably going to be trying to do here is trying to find as interesting a word as we can. Astound is pretty good looking. I don't know if we're going to get better than that. There are a couple of extra thresholds that we're trying to reach on the board here. If we get 5 letters, then we get one of these improved tiles. This basically modifies a tile forever, and it'll give us bonuses every time we play it again. If we get to this one, we get a special tile, and those are not permanent, but they make every tile of that same letter value that you play later more powerful. And if we can get all the way up to 9 letters, we get an extra energy. And energy is really valuable, not just because it's the number of words you can play, but because every energy you have at the end of the game gives you like an extra 20% score or something like that. So trying to stockpile energy, very good. I am not seeing any better options than Astound, so I'm just going to go with that and see where it takes us. So you can see, our point value is not super high, our multiplier value is not super high, so even though it's 7 letters, it barely got us halfway to our score. But now we have we have a lot of E's, apparently. We have our special B, so every time we use a special letter, it has a high base score, and it makes every other letter of that value better by 5 points. And italic letters are one of the types of green upgraded tiles, and they make the box that you put them in give you more multiplier in every future hand, so they're really good. We need to get rid of some of these, because there's too many E's. I don't need 5 E's. I probably don't need 2 B's either, but we'll keep those because we have an upgrade for them here. Okay, we could do celery. It's not exciting, but it's a valid option. There's other ones here we could use with our B's, like lobby, but we could also do clobber, which is another 7, and that's pretty good. I don't like having the italic tile this late in the word. You usually want them to be in the first, like, 4 letters to make sure no matter what you spell, you're going to get the benefit from it. But it's not bad. I don't know if there's much that's going to be better than this. I kind of doubt there will be. I'll just take this. This should take us to the next threshold anyway, and then we can start getting the upgrades that make these runs more interesting. And you can see, because we scored this one, this went from 3 to 8 points. So we got a nice bonus there. Alright, more energy, more rerolls. And now the target's a little higher. Now we either choose a bonus, though, and these are of wildly differing values. None of these ones are particularly exciting. Extra multiplier per vowels is a pretty small-scale bonus. 5 extra points if it starts with the same letter is pretty low value, and an additional reroll if there's more consonants is also kind of boring, so let's reroll and see if we can get something better. I usually don't use too many rerolls on the actual tiles themselves. 10 is a little deceptive. It says add a tile. What that means is that you can make 10-letter words, but I find you make 9-letter words pretty inconsistently already, so this is like questionably useful. Easy mode is not that exciting. Triple is decent, because it means that our letters will become more valuable over time, and getting points is often something I find is a little harder than getting multiplier, so we're gonna grab triple for now. So, what do we have here? We have a couple of different things. We have a bold letter. Bold letters trigger their tile twice, so it's often good to get them on these squares, because they'll give you the bonus effect more than once, which is pretty sweet. And exclamation marks are particularly weird. You can put them in any word, like they just tack on to the end, but if you keep them in hand, they still contribute points to the word anyway, which is pretty useful. Now, we are a little bit lacking in things that immediately jump out to me here. We've got some, like, almost thrill, but there's not enough L's. We have trail, but not like trailer, which would have made it nice. The one that I really wish we could do is hilarity, but we're missing an I, so we can't quite spell hilarity. We could do heartily, though, I think. That's probably our best option. That's pretty good. And I think it might honestly be worth putting the exclamation point in here just to get that extra energy. And we have our T on the double. Improved letter, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'd say Tirosh, feel free to send in suggestions, but not if you use like a word solver. If you see things you like, feel free to tell me what you're thinking, but I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to use them. But heartily seems great, so I'm just going to go for this. Look at all those points! Done in one. So, every time that we manage to save energy, it'll give us that value at the end, which is nice. We get 2 for clearing any round, so you can stockpile them pretty nicely. What do we got here? Oh, I should have... Oh! Is it too late? Hold on. There's a Twitch integration mode for this, and I forgot it existed. Until now. I don't know if I can get to that from here. Is it, let me just, I don't know what it's gonna do. Let me just check this real quick. Okay, so apparently it's turned on now. We'll see. And we'll see how it works. Apparently, if you say words that are valid in my hand, it'll notice them, and you can, like, vote on these. But I don't know if it's going to work in the middle of a run like this, or if I'd had to start a new one. We'll find out. I think someone just subscribed, but the settings are not on to actually show it. But it didn't show up in my activity feed. This is a lovely side effect of not having done this in a long time. Did that just happen? I don't know. Not a clue. If you did, thank you. If you didn't, then I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's get back to this though. We got the ability to make bolds hit 3 times instead of 2. Yeah, exactly, Taroj. I'm not too worried about it. I just wanted to, like, turn it on since I remembered it existed when you brought it up. This one's fine, but I like having lots of long words or lots of short words, so having to have one that varies between long and short generally doesn't work, and this is not super exciting either, so let's re-roll these. What do we got? Consonants gain more oh, now it's working, there you go. Hey, Yogi Hooies, thank you for the subscription, I appreciate that. Consonants, or easy mode. I think we re-roll again. None of these are the kind of things I'm looking for. There's a couple of really useful ones that give us stacking benefits over time, like this one. How this gives us value on our letters permanently. Things that are just like once get a benefit tend to be pretty low value. Consonants is anything that's not a vowel, so B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, etc. I'm just gonna re-roll this one though. And we didn't really get an exciting one here anyway. Underlined letters already... Exactly, Tiroj. Underlined letters give you 1.5 times multiplier, so that makes it 2. That's okay, we don't have any of those yet. This is, again, not that exciting. This is a very silly one, because it gives you huge benefits if you draw a Z, but if you look at your actual letter arrangement, you only have a single Z. So the odds it's gonna happen... Not very good, but it gives you a huge payoff if it happens. We have like 10 E's, 8 I's, 1 Z. So, it's not super likely. At this point, I don't think it makes a huge difference. Let's just take the silly one. Okay, now it seems like some of these things are turned on. So, if I'm looking at this right now, there's a couple of things that immediately jump out. I can see we have a stronger here. That's pretty good, but if we could get all the way over to the 9, that would be even better. One thing that's worth noting here is we actually have a couple of really good combos. We have an est. Although I don't know if this is going to make much of an est. Morose? Yeah, we have morose. But I don't know... If we put stronger back in, is there anything else we can obviously change here? We can do monster. Having the N on this is really nice. Yeah, monger needs 2 E's though if it's going to be mongerer. I don't know if you can have it on its own either, but the double O doesn't help us in that context. What else could we do with these? Honestly, I don't know if we're going to get much better than 8 letters here. This is pretty good. There's also RE, so we could make it re-something. But then we can't do like monster or any of the other things that would need that E. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know if there's much else that really stands out here. Do some Legend of Zelda, have our Gorons. You can see if it's not a valid word, it won't let you submit it, but it does occasionally accept things that really don't seem like they would. Don't have anywhere near the letters for Stroganoff. We have what, we have Storm. But then you can't do anything with the rest of this. I don't know, I think stronger is probably the way to go. It seems like it's pretty good. In theory, We could try to save a letter, but I can't do like Tronger and still get to this point, and I like the N on the upgrade letter tile, so I'm just gonna go for this and we'll get some points this way. Also, big letters are valuable for, big words are valuable for us if we're trying to redraw for more Zs. Again, I'm putting all my italic letters on the 6th slot, which is a weird strategy for being able to actually get them consistently, but we will take another win in one word. What's our bonus this time? 15 points for words with 5 or more letters, 15 letters to italic in the bag, and if there's only one letter in the reroll, the roll letter is improved. I think we're going to take the italic letters. We're talking about things that'll let us scale our board, right? And italics, because they improve the tile you play them in by 3 multiplication permanently, it's just really powerful. You only get 15 of them, so your bag has a good number of letters in it, but the more of those you can get, the better it is over time. This is fine, except I like to use my rerolls on the bonuses instead of on the actual letters, and if I'm rerolling letters, it's usually because I want more than one back. So I probably won't be going with this one, but I appreciate the suggestion. And long word is decent. It's a decent amount of points, but it has that same problem I was saying before, where it's a static bonus that never gets the chance to be better. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the slanted here, because I think that's my favorite form of special word. Now we have an interesting word here already. We have command, and we also have a different type of special tile. These are wild cards that can be any letter. So that's fun. It is a wild card, exactly. We could do commando. So the only challenge here is if we're going to use this, we basically want to use it to get to 9 letters. If we only use it to get to 8 letters, then we're spending it without actually getting anything super useful out of it. So it's not a bad idea, but like, if that was a word, or that was a word, then that would be a better use than just putting it here for the 10 points. Hey, Mari. Yeah, I'm doing great, actually. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed the videos in the past, and I am doing good. What else could we do with these letters, though? I don't know if there's a whole lot that makes a lot of sense with this exact combo, because we could do... We don't have an E, so we can't do demand. There's comma, but that's just command without a couple of letters. There's stuff that's just worse, like manual. Oh, that's fun. That's how that works. Dynamo is another cool one. If we had an I, we could do dynamic. There's a bunch of other good bits in there. There's auto, which could potentially do something cool here, but this is a weird couple of letters to have left. Not having any vowels left to make anything with these 5, except for the A, is going to make it pretty hard. Apparently that's a word. I don't think it actually is, but I'll accept their determination on that. I feel like this shouldn't be a word, but it might accept it. The Demo Man from TF2. AutoCAD, yeah, exactly. I think we're just gonna go command here. It's pretty good. It gets the A on the improve again, which doubles our improved letters. It's pretty good. I'm just gonna take it, I think. This is a decent set of letters to keep, and we don't have to spend more than 7 for it to be a valuable turn. We probably won't hit our score threshold yet, but that's not a huge deal. We have a bunch of energy still stockpiled up here. So if we can get a couple more of these big rewards... Ooh, that's also really good. I should have been thinking about that. So, because we have triple, every third letter we play gets its point value increased, and that's really valuable on bold letters, because bold letters trigger twice. So every time we hit something there, it's big. Also, we drew a Z, so this should be up to 12 multiplier. Very nice. Oh, we got some messy letters here, though, now. There's some, like, not that exciting things here, like badge. What else do we have? I'd like to use this if I can, but there's not a whole lot else to put in this one. This is an I, this underlined specifically because it's green, and the underline means that wherever you activate it in the word, it multiplies your total multiplier by 1.5. So you want to use these later in the word if you can, but it's not a huge deal either way. My Z word vocabulary is not super strong, I don't think. We could do like gauze? I guess gauzed isn't a word. But that's still not very good. It only gets to 5 letters, and it takes our wild card. We do have a reroll, so if we need to scramble some of our letters again, we can. And it is viable to just get rid of the Z. We don't have to play it. The thing is, we want to make sure the Z goes back in the bag, because this is our letter pool, and it's the only Z in there. So if we want to get that multiplier on our total multiplier bonus, we want to make sure it has as many chances to be drawn as possible. Yeah, exactly. So this is up to 12 instead of 2 before. So we're getting good benefits out of this, but it just matters now what we're going to do with it. Now, there's lots of little words I could make. We could make days, we could make gaze, we could make gazed, which would probably be better than whatever I had for gauze, because gazed puts the D on the improved tile, which we generally like having better. We could almost do gazebo, except we don't have an O. Unfortunately, even if we did, it doesn't actually make it to this improved special tile. So that's not going to work. We don't have an R, so there's no zebra. I think we might just go in for gazed here. The only problem with that is I don't necessarily want to keep both of the B's if we can help it. I guess it's not bad, because if we have like Abbott, here we can do rabbit, rabid, something like that space that uses B's. But they're just a little bit hard to use compared to some of the other consonant options. I am feeling gazed is decent here, though. It's enough to put us over the score threshold anyway. It puts the Z back into the board, which is the most important thing. It uses this, which I don't like. Wildcards are really powerful, so spending one just to get rid of the Z is not incredible. But, like, I don't know what else I'm going to have here that could give us as useful of a turn here and make sure the Z is gone. Because we could do... I don't know, actually. We have a pretty bad vowel selection for being able to use these specific consonants. I think we are just going to put gazed in here and see how it takes us. It's not exciting, but it's probably our best option. So I'm gonna take it. It's worth a lot of points. Unfortunately, we accidentally put our +3 score on this, which is pretty bad. But that bonus multiplier from having the Z draw is incredible. You saw how much of a huge jump we made in score from command to gazed just because it had that 10 times more. In Dutch, vowels are called clinkers. Huh! I would never have guessed that. What do we got here? The vowels gain 2 points. Each improved letter in the reroll gives us a more multiplier bonus in the background. I don't like any of these. I think I'm just going to reroll these. Consonants are called midiklinkers. Fascinating. What do we have here? No, I don't like these either. More multipliers when vowels are triggered. Gives you a free exclamation mark once. And more rerolls. I'm going to try again. These aren't that exciting either, are they? Flat 5 multipliers, not that good. 7 letters improved to underline in the bag is not that good either, because these don't permanently do anything for you. Underlined letters are probably the least useful of the improved letters to me, because bold letters let you get more improvements, more special tiles, and italic letters give you permanent increases to your scoring, whereas underlined letters just give you more score in that round, which isn't bad. Like, it's not bad, but it's not great. These ones are tough because this isn't a stacking buff. This is just if the word has M, U, L, or T in it, that word gets 4 extra multiplier per those letters, which is like fine. It's not bad, but those aren't the most common letters either. There's only 2 M's, there's only 3 U's. There's a bunch of L's and T's, like those are pretty common. But the M's and the U's are not super common, which makes it a little hard to take advantage of, and this one's just boring. It's just 5 multiplier. It's more reliable, but it's not as interesting as something like this. I'll go with this one since you voted for it, but I think this is honestly a kind of a toss-up. Any of them would probably be pretty close. This is not great. This is pretty boring. This is fine. So we'll go with this one and we'll see how it takes us. What do we have here? We've got some like fiber. We've got crab. I'd love to use more of these letters though. Just having a 4-letter word's not my favorite. What else do we have here? We can just do the rabbi we were talking about before, but we don't have any of the letters that'll make us combine that with anything. Farce is pretty good, yeah. Of our 5-letter options, it's decent, but I think at this point we have to use one of these B's. They're pretty hard to use, and they're kind of taking up our space now. So we could do fabric. That's looking pretty good. I would use this I instead. Ooh, brace is pretty good. That puts the E over here. Gets 2 of our italic letters in. So far I'm leaning towards fabric though. If we can get a 7-letter word, I'll probably take that. But if we can only get this is 6, and it, although it does put an italic on letter 6 again, which I should really stop doing, so maybe not. What else do we have here other than fabric? We could do... If we had an L, we could do like farcical, which would make it really good. But we don't have an L, and I have no rerolls, so I can't get an L. We could do... What else do we have here? I don't know if there's a good way to use both of these B's, because we could do like if we had another R, we could do rubber, but we don't. Flubber isn't a real word, and we don't have an L anyway. Clubber would have been actually quite good if we had the L there. Cobbler, again, we don't have the letters. Cyber? I don't think that's a word. I'll try it, but I don't think that's a word. No, it would be a Y if you're thinking of like cyberspace. Or cipher, if it had a PH. Yeah, brief is decent. It does use one of the B's. I think fabric is probably still my favorite of our current options, though. Especially because it again puts our bold letter on the 5 slot. We are eternally putting multiplier into this 6th tile, but I think it's worth it in the long run here. I'm gonna go with it. We'll see how it does. We have a lot of bonus multiplier now from the Zorro. None of our mult-word letters are in this one, although we do have a U. What is this gonna give points to? The B and the C? I guess that's fine. Not my favorite letters to put the bonus on, not the easiest ones to use, but we'll take it. I'm curious if this is going to solve it for us in one go, or if we're going to need more rounds still. So we do get a lot of multiplier off this also. No, it's about half. Okay. Is this game only in English or in other languages? It's also in other languages, although I don't know how good the dictionaries are. I don't know if I can get it to it from here, actually. On the home page, you can choose your dictionary language, and I haven't really experimented with that at all because English is the language that I know, but it does have a range of languages. Well, we got a zillion E's now. Not a whole lot of not a whole lot else. It's a lot of E's. We have boring words like bush, bushy. Change it to Dutch, you can help me better. I appreciate that, but I feel like for some reason I would have a lot more trouble with Dutch. Don't know why, but I have a feeling. What else do we do with this? The X is an interesting word, but we don't really have the consonants that are going to let us use it, is the problem. This is where I'm getting punished for not keeping any rerolls. Having 4 of the same letter is pretty rough. We could do... hexes? Hexes at least gets us a 5-letter word, gets 3 of our italics on the board, and gets rid of the X. Might be our best bet. I don't know if there's a much else I can combine with these things. Because, like, we could do B's, we could do a lot of really short words. Yeah, hexes might be our best option. Yeah, this is more of a setup tile. Honestly, though, this is just getting rid of the H and the X and some of our E's, which is the more important thing right now. I don't know if it'll be enough to get us to the score threshold, especially because all of our bonus multipliers on this tile, which we don't reach, which is why you want them on the early ones and not on tile 6. But that's where we've landed. So let's do it. I'm not seeing anything obviously better. And it might be enough to take us to the end anyway, just based on some decent multiplier. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now, there are a couple of really helpful abilities that we have not gotten. Oh, that sucks. This sucks. And this is entirely random as to whether or not it's going to be useful. We could re-roll again. For me, the choice here is between Russian roulette, just taking the gamble, and re-rolling. Because none of these are very good. But having at least one re-roll in your pocket is a good idea for if you wind up with nothing but a handful of E's. But yeah, great skill dexterity says to gamble, and I say, okay, well, why not? We'll gamble this one, we'll figure it out. What do we get? Oh, I love this one. That was excellent. Okay, so our hand size went up by 1 tile. That's really helpful. And this one is not going to be any good. At a multiplier value equal to the number of rerolls we have. Cool. Well, that's going to be 1 or 0 basically always. But the extra tile, excellent. So that was a good gamble. I'd say that worked out really well for us. We could do something here like bungeed. That looks pretty good. We could do debunk. Not quite as good as bungeed, but it gets rid of the K, and it puts the N on the double improve again, which we like. Yeah, Bungie did it really early, didn't it? Yeah. If I was gonna do Bungie, I'd probably use this underline here. Oh, it doesn't like Bungie! Ah! Rude. It likes Bungie, but it doesn't like Bungied. Oh! I'm offended. What else can we do? Binged is pretty good. Binged does have a problem in that we keep our bad letter. We don't use any of our italics. It's a little suboptimal. But it is a pretty good option. Debunk is probably the one we're gonna go with if I don't see anything better here. It puts the N in a good spot, uses our U, which also gives us some bonus multiplier. It does kind of the things that we want. What else do we have, though, just before we give up and go too fast? We could do... We have Genie. I don't think that gives us anything exciting here. We have Un. This is something that we could use. We have Un and Ed. So, like, can something be unbiked? Unbugged with 1 G? We also have another thing we have. If we don't do that, we also have ing. Oh, no, we don't have the other N. I thought we could do debunking. That would have been so good, but we only have the 1 N. That's too bad. That would have been so good. Debuking. Rebuking would have been cool. It doesn't have the E in it. But still would have been a fun word. Is there anything else we can do with the D and the ing? Dickwing? Yeah, we don't have a whole lot in here if we're not using any of these letters. They're not the easiest to work with. Cubed, yeah. Decubing. Alright, we probably can't do D and ing at the same time then. Can I do something with just the ing? Cubed is C-U-B-E-D, yeah. There's deking. I don't know if that'll count, but it is a word. I don't know if it uses both E's with the ing or if it's just D-E-K-I-N-G. No, that would work. So that gives us a 7, but it doesn't use either of our U's, which is a little worse, and the N is on the 10 multiplier, which is a lot of multiplier, to be fair, but it doesn't give us either of these special tiles. Duking would probably work better, but I don't think it likes that one. This is a tricky one. There's like some potential here, but it's hard to know what's going to give us the best. Debunk, pretty good. Duking, I honestly, I don't know which one of these I like better. We get rid of the B with debunk, and I don't like this B. And we have 3 E's, so I think debunk is actually better than duking. We've got kinged. Duking puts the italic earlier, but debunk still puts it in the first 4 tiles, which is where I like it. It's just these ones that are not so good, because I very rarely do a word that's 5 letters or fewer. So any of these are generally safe for italics. It's just over here that it's not so good. I don't think this is actually any better, though. We could do eking, but again, that just uses another E. It saves our D, which is maybe helpful. But I think we're just gonna go for debunk here. Someone who is debunked is a debunky. No. Alright, we're gonna take debunk. This is pretty good. It's probably only gonna take us part way to our score threshold, but we keep some good vowels. If we get a couple of consonants here, this will be pretty good. So this is one thing that I tend to find happens. These point values really don't keep up with the multiplier growing, which can be a bit of a challenge for later, which is why having this early is nice, but it means we have to keep getting those letters back to profit from it. Oh, we have some words in here. I don't know exactly what we can do with these, but there's definitely something in here. We've got region. Regioner. We've got... The fact is we have ER and RE at the same time, which is potentially really good, but we only have these in the middle. Ignore is a nice one. Ignorer might be our best word here. It does leave us with one of each of these vowels at the end, so let's just see if we can do anything else with it. We've got... yeah. We have error. But we don't have quite enough R's for that. We have ironing? No, we don't have 2 N's. We still do have ing, so let's just put that on the board real quick and see what we can do with that. The problem is, if we use ironing, we only have R's left as our letters. Groin? Yeah, true. That is a possible option. We have airing, but that's not super exciting. And it obviously won't let me do it because it's not set on the left, but I just want to have this with some space to play around. We don't have roaring. If we had an A, that would be our best word, I think. Is there anything we can do with these that'll get us a 4-letter word we can ing? I don't know if there is. Raring is only 6. Roaring. Touring, but there's no T. I don't know about this one. Noogie? I wonder if it accepts Noogie. It does. Does it accept the Noogier? No, it does not. It does accept Goonier, though. I don't know if I love that being our word. I'd probably swap this for here, though, because more permanent bonus. This is one of the things that is a little funny about this game. It accepts some words that are very dubious. So, we could go with Goonier. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's 7 letters. It keeps an E-R-I. Like that, I don't know. I think this is probably her word. Community input. Yeah, exactly. I think I gotta go with Goonier. It's silly, but like, I think it's our best choice by like a pretty significant margin. So let's leave the Goonier word. And you can see the points modifier is all the way off the left now. But that gives us tons of points for our target. Got it in 2 words again. This goes to 10, by the way. So, it's, it doesn't just go forever. What do we have here? I don't like yo-yo, because I like trying to consistently get long words. A single exclamation mark is potentially nice for getting more points, but because we don't have anything that increases the value of tiles in our hand, it's only ever adding 10 points while taking up a letter slot. It's nice for getting a 9-letter word, but, Perek is wild. It's so good, except if you have to ever use an E. It is incredibly powerful until you have to use an E to get it out of your hand, because you have 10 of them in the deck. So, I'm probably not going to take this one, but it is insane. Yesterday, I scored the 5th highest on the daily in the world, and I had Perek in my build then. It was wild, but I don't think I can do it now, because in that one I was doing a 4-letter words build. So I could get away with just leaving tiles behind and taking anything I could make work letters-wise. I think we're going to have to re-roll this one. Oh, battery is so good early, but it's a little late now. We're already on round 7, so I can get at most 4 extra energy, 3 extra energy from it. It's not bad. It's still pretty valuable, but it is still pretty late for this one. And horizontal is also pretty good for us. Because we have so many italic letters in the bag, this improves the italic scaling from 3 to 5 per italic letter. I don't know what this one is, to be honest. The writing of some of these is not clear. This bonus increased by 1 point, all 3 points in the reroll. I think what it means is that if you re-roll a letter that has more than 3 points, they get an additional point. And as a result, I think it's garbage. Completely unplayable. My understanding of it is that it is worthless. Just completely worthless. So I think it's one of these two. Battery is almost always one of my favorite ones to pick because of how much a huge difference extra energy at the end makes. Every spare energy gives you 20% more total score. Massive on your actual end of game scoring. Horizontal makes it much more likely we'll get score in rounds by increasing the multiplier we get. So we'll see. Well, the problem, Tirosh, is that I never reroll letters, right? So, okay, it lets you increase something that's already worth points be worth more points, but I'm not gonna reroll anyway. So, yeah, energy is wildly valuable. It makes your end of game score such a huge difference. But we do still need to win each round, so this is really good for the current round score. I see 2 people are voting here, but I think I'm still gonna take the battery. It's just really good. Yeah, I'm gonna take the battery. It's just really powerful. We have some interesting letters here. We could do... Oh no, we don't have another A. I was gonna say we do paternal, which would have been really good. But we don't have that. We can do pillar, prune. What else do we have here? Planter's pretty good. Can we make it plantier? No. That's not a real thing. What about planet? Can we do anything fun with planet? It doesn't look like it. Ooh, reptile's a fun word. We don't have enough E's, though. We do have petunia. Petunia's pretty good. Reptilian? I don't... Oh! Oh, you are correct! That's incredible! Like, that's actually insane, because the N is on the energy tile. I gotta go with that. That is remarkable. Good eye. I didn't see that one. Yeah, that's pretty good. And because the eye is this eye bonus is here, it'll make this eye better before it scores it. That's just a sorting thing. I don't know, that's pretty incredible. We're doing reptilian. I don't think we could beat that. I don't know if it's gonna win us in one round, but it's very good. It does. So we win in one round, which means we get 3 energy back. That was huge. Wild. Okay. Alright, what are we taking here? Points for each letter in point. It's fine. It's basically like malt, except for a couple more common letters. That is something I'll put in his favor. O-I-N-T are common letters, so you'll get them pretty often. Vowels gain 2 points is... it's fine. It's a bit more reliable than point, but not as many actual points. And this one, kind of boring. Points are really good for us, because we're pretty healthy on multiplier and really behind on score. So one of these point ones could be a good choice, or we could re-roll and try and get something else. I think arguably... well, yeah, because point, there's only 1 P, but there's a ton of O's. There's like 8 O's, 8 I's, 5, 6 N's, and like 5, 6 T's. So there's a lot of those letters, which is pretty good. Versus vowels, there's a ton of total vowels, but the individual score is not that exciting on them. And I actually do think a good point here is, do we have any bold OINTs? We have a bold I, a bold N, a bold T, because those will get double the value. I think that's going to be better for us. Let's take point. Ooh, interesting. What do we do with this? We could do curved. We could do what else do we have here? We could do cursed. I think curved is just better than cursed, although S does give us the italic, so that's pretty good. We could do oh no, I can't do that. I was gonna do devoid, but I just used my D. Crude? Yeah, crude's not bad. Hey, Ren, how you doing? Still, we don't have a T. We could make crest. That one letter would make a big difference. Guild, yeah, guile also. The problem with using the D here is that it means we can't do an ED. ED words are pretty powerful. Cloves is a pretty good one. Gloved is the kind of thing I was thinking of, yeah. Because, like, if we do... We don't have an O, unfortunately, if we don't take that, but, like, we don't have an extra one. Gloved is decent. We could do clovers. That might be one of our better options. I don't know if Gilder will be accepted. It's, it should technically be a word. It is accepted. Okay, Gilder's in there. I like Clover, though, because it uses our C to get the value on the future board. It uses our V as well. I don't love that we have to spend the S like this, but I think it is a little bit better in that respect. Because the thing about Gilders, if it accepts it, it should, because it's a currency. We're putting an extra S here, but it's on tile 8, which isn't enough to actually give us anything of value. It puts a multiplier on tile 8, which we already don't really want. It puts another one on 6. Can't stand it. Yeah, Rin, right? I feel like that way too. Loved is pretty good. Voice? Ooh, yeah. We could do voicers? Voicers is pretty good. This isn't quite as good as the clover letters that are left behind, but it does get rid of the same... Actually, I kind of like keeping the I. Voicers is pretty good, but I think we're going to go back to clovers. Again, we're putting our italics where I do not want them, but I think this is a little bit better having the extra vowel. Drugs, yeah, drugs works. I think we're gonna go with this one. It doesn't make a huge difference, but I like keeping the I in our spare letters. I'm very curious to see how many points we get on this. Yeah, voice, you do get the extra points from the O, but I'm okay with not necessarily clearing it in one round here. Oh, glucose would have been a nice one. I didn't even see that. That is a good call out. I guess I went a little too fast. That would have been a good one. We have another exclamation mark, which is nice. We have we have bigoted. Again, not my favorite word, but like it's pretty good. We have bidet, yeah. I don't know if I can do anything else with that base though. We also have beguile. Can we do that? We don't have an L. This isn't a wild letter, it's just like you can put it at the end. So it's useful, but it doesn't let us use it as a wild card. What else can we do here? We could do budget, but that just leaves us with owls down here. Owls? It leaves us with vowels down here. We could do dugout. Dugout gets rid of more of our U's, which are annoying. No worries, Ren. Have a good one. Boogie. Yeah, boogie works. Boogied puts us up to 7. That's pretty good. I don't love keeping 2 U's down here, though. It is probably a little better than bigoted, because I like the T. It's pretty good. Yeah. If I was gonna do dugout, well, no. The italic U doesn't upgrade the later U. It just upgrades the tile. But yeah, I would do it on the first one. Boogied is probably our best choice here, because I like keeping the T. The only problem is having 2 U's in hand. They're hard to use together. Like bougie is a word, but then we can't put a D on it. What else can we do here? We can't do dodged. Again, we said budget already. Out! I've had a game where I had multiple exclamation marks, so my last word was just like a 6-letter word and 3 exclamation marks, which is pretty funny. What are we doing here? Boogied, I think, is probably it. I think we're just gonna take that. I don't love keeping the 2 U's, but I think it's probably easier than trying to do something else here. The only other choice would be swapping one of the O's for a T, but I think keeping the T is better. So let's do boogied and see where that puts us. I think we're not going to be at the end, but the extra points from 2 O's and an I is pretty good. I do have rerolls, but I don't want to spend them unless I can't make a decent word, and if we can make a 7-letter word, we can make a decent word. I prefer to keep those rerolls for more, like, we are in trouble scenarios. That's pretty balanced, too. Hey, we love it. All right. Haven't seen 10 energy in a while, either. All right, 17,000 is the target now. What do we have here? Letters kept in hand gain 2 points for each word. This is incredible early. It's a little late when we're on turn 9 to take cooking. Yo-yo is bad. I don't like it. Legendary is actually surprisingly good. It gives you a free yellow letter every time you take a turn. Not bad. So that gives us more chances for wild cards and exclamation marks. It's pretty good. The only other thing would be, do we want to reroll instead and see if there's something fancier we can get to really pop off on the last two words. Possible, but I don't know how likely it would be. I don't know what would actually be a really good thing for us. There are some point multipliers, but the point multipliers tend to take small words. And there are multipliers, like we saw with Perek. But they have other restrictions on them. So, no, rerolls at the end don't do anything. Which is usually why I don't save them. At least, I don't think they do anything. Maybe they do, and I just never have any left. Come to think of it, I actually don't know that for sure. But I don't think they do anything. I know energy does things, though. I do think 3 is pretty good. Getting more utility gives us a lot more chances for wild cards and exclamation marks. Often you're going to get super letters, which are not that cool, but I think we'll take this one. Okay, we have 2 exclamation marks and a wild card now. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, our other letters are a little bit weird. We could do extant. Taunt. I want to get rid of this X, though, is the problem. And this might be a place where we actually want to re-roll letters. Get rid of one of our U's, maybe get rid of the X, and see if we can get something where we can actually get like a big 9-letter word or something else exciting. Because I don't know if this one's really going to give us what we're needing here. We got tuna, we have... yeah, extant, mutant. We have taunt. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe just those 2? I don't love it though. We could do... no, we can't do it attenuate. We don't have enough T's or the other letters. I don't know why I thought that would work. Probably our biggest word here is truant. No, it's the same as extant. Attuned isn't possible. We don't have a D or an E. And like a 6-letter word's not bad here. It's pretty good. Attune. It's fine. If I was gonna do a 6-letter word though, it would definitely be extant. Actually, can we do no, we can't do extenuant. And another option we have too, if we just want to get rid of the letters, is to do something like that. Put an exclamation mark in just to get to that next tile, because again, we have put a lot of bonuses on this thing for whatever reason. But I don't think that's actually better for us right now. Keeping the exclamation marks is probably going to be the most valuable thing we can do with them, because they give us flat 10 points on every word, which is pretty significant when points tend to be the lower of our 2 tiles. What else have we got going here? The only other thing I'm thinking is I want to get rid of one of these U's, and I don't know if I can do that with the X. We could do untax. That honestly might be our go-to here. I want to get rid of a U. I want to get rid of the X. Yeah, truant is pretty good. That was one that I was looking at earlier, but it is pretty good. Untaxant? Taxant? That's where you just take extra money from people? Yeah, I don't know if I'm seeing anything else here that really, like, jumps off the board at me. The only problem is every time we don't have a 6 or a 7-letter word, we really hamstring our points, because that's 20 more multiplier on those 2 tiles. If we had an I, we could do untaxing, which would be so good. Or a G, but we don't have either of those letters. And the odds of getting one specifically is pretty low. Ha ha, skill dexterity. No, we're not doing runt. Cheese. What else could we do here? There's like almost something really good here. But I don't think we can make it happen unless we try and re-roll into something, and at that point, I don't know. Oh, punt. Yes, punt. Also not doing that one. I don't know. I think I might just take untax. Because I'd rather save this if I can save it. Being able to keep the wild card is really good. So that makes this probably more valuable for us than any of the words that we had previously that need to use it. Because it gets rid of a U and it gets rid of the X. So I'm just going to go for it and we'll see where this takes us. Because I think this is going to be our best play. But I think it's not going to take us very far. Like maybe here. We'll see though. We have a lot of spare energy, so we can afford to take a slightly less powerful turn. Now, one nice thing about these being multiplied is they trigger the point multiple times, too. Yeah, not even as far as I thought. This might be a problem. Ugh, that's a little weak. This might be a good time to re-roll. Get rid of our Q and our U and something else and just be like, give me some better letters, please. Because quote, not super exciting. We could do quotient, though. No, I don't have another I or E, so I can't do quotient. I can only almost do quotient. Yeah, we can do equip, but I don't actually have an I either, so I can't do equip. Unquote. I don't know if it is. Let's see what it thinks. Oh. Apparently it does think unquote is a word. I guess it is, because it'd be like quote unquote, right? If you're saying something is said by somebody else. That's pretty good. Output does let us keep the wild card, but makes us keep the Q. The asterisk is any letter, but it gets destroyed after we use it. So very useful, but it goes away. Having it here does mean we'd be able to save it, but keeping it makes a big difference to our score. 7-letter words are actually really good for us because the 7 has 10 multiplier built on it already. So if we can make something go up to here, it makes a huge difference versus being on 5 or 6. Because we get another gold tile back, and we get more other bonuses. I think I'm gonna go unquote. We're getting 2 gold tiles back, so we have a decent chance to maybe get another wild card. I think that's pretty good, though. Let's hit it and see what it does. Oh, that's fascinating. It looks like when these bold letters re-trigger, they can actually trigger this multiple times. Oh, we're so close! That's mean. So close. It looks like we can get the benefits off this on multiple times on 1 letter, though, which is pretty interesting. I didn't think it could do that. We have 3 exclamation marks now. We might get rid of one of those. What do we have in here, then? Exclamation marks are excellent, because the thing that makes them really great is you could do something like profane. If I could get the letters to go on the board. And that's valid. So you can just put them into words at the end, and they give you the extra energy, they give you other benefits. I don't know if you can put them at the start. You can! So this is what makes them wild, is you can kind of just put them anywhere. And that's really good. We can buffer things around that way, and control which tiles are on which things. We are at the end of round 9. So we want to use these before too long. I don't think we're going to get anything better than profane. It's pretty good. And tirage, I would say no, because we still have 1 more round with even more score requirement to go. So keeping these until next round, I think, is going to be better. And then we want to get the energy, if we can, there. I'm just going to take profane. This word's really good. And we'll still get a good number of points back and energy back and whatnot. All right, 25,900. There we go. Now, last one I think is 3,400. It's a big requirement on the last round. 3,200. Yeah. Okay. What do we got here? We have a bunch of rerolls, so we can reroll some of these things if we're not liking what we're seeing. 15 points for long words. I don't think that matters anymore. 10% chance to re-trigger a tile. I've had this go off surprisingly often in the past, but I don't think it's very good. At games vowels get 2 points. I think all these kind of suck. I'm probably gonna re-roll this set. They're not that exciting to me. I think what we want now is something that'll let us really try and go wild on our last turn. Like if we could get that Perek one, or something else that gives us a big bonus. So I'm gonna re-roll this, and we'll see what other options are. No, that sucks. I think that also sucks. Target is fine. Double multiplier is pretty good, but we really want 7-letter words or more, so that doesn't work for us. And it moves every round, which doesn't make a huge difference anymore because there's only 1 round left. That sucks too. I'm gonna re-roll this one again because these aren't that exciting either. Mimic is actually interesting here. It's not great, but it is interesting because Mimic would give us another legendary. Stock Exchange is garbage, and Consonant is fine. So I think here really the choice is, do we take Mimic or do we re-roll? I think Mimic might be the choice, just because it gives us more chances for asterisks and exclamation marks, which are real force multipliers on our final round. So I think we'll take this one and save a couple of rerolls in case our letters are garbage. And we'll see what that gives us. It looks like you agree, so we're on the same page. Okay. We have Touchy. It does. Oh, I did it backwards. Touchy. What else do we have? It's not great. I'd want to get something that goes at least to here, so we probably would put one of these in just to get that extra 13 multiplier. Even if it means we wouldn't get it back, it could be worth it. But I might just want to save them because, like, getting to the end is very good. What else do we have? We have... yeah, Chatty, as people were saying. I'm getting my order all wrong. Chatty's not bad either, but again, same problem. 6 letters. We have... what else can we do with these? We can do teach. Teachy. I don't think that's a word, actually. I'm a little dubious on that one, but okay. Crutch, yeah. We don't actually have the second HC though for crutch, so we can't do that one. What else do we have here? Oh, chutney. That is a good choice. Yeah, good eye. Yeah, my thinking here is that we'll probably just do this. The only thing I would disagree with that on is I usually do that in the last hand, because you can... the other option is if we could get a T at the end of the word, then we could bump the T... excuse me. Excuse me. Bump the T onto this, which is really good. Hey, Yosh, how you doing? Good to see you. Because then we get double the energy. So, like, there is a little bit of value in trying to manipulate this, which is why I'm tempted to keep these exclamation marks as long as I can. But you aren't wrong. We have 8 letters out of an 11 tile hand, right? Or, yeah, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yeah. We could put 1 in here and 1 at the end, because that way we get an extra exclamation, another plus 10. That's not bad. The only downside is that when we use them, we no longer have them as options, but we do get 2 back. So maybe that's not so bad. Maybe it's probably a good idea, because we're gonna get 3 back. 1 from this legendary, and 1 from this tile. So using 2 of them here to get an extra energy and multiply more bonuses and get more other bits and pieces could be decent. That wouldn't be terrible. Yeah. You know what? I think we'll do this. I think this is probably good. Honestly, I don't think having too many exclamation marks is almost ever a bad thing. Especially when we have rerolls to spare, but I will take it here. The fact is, though, just getting that extra point value on every word is so good when points are often the thing that gives us a really hard time. Pretty good, but it's still only a third of the score we need, which is the real challenge here. Okay. What are we doing with these? The J is pretty nasty here. What do we got? We got boring words. We got note. We got we get tent. Put those back. I'm not seeing anything particularly exciting yet. We've got Aeon. We've got none. I think we're gonna need to re-roll on this one. Get rid of the J. I don't know what other letter I want to get rid of, though. Keeping the A, the E, and the O is probably good, and then maybe one of these other letters. N's are really valuable. We could do some... We almost have, like, another... Is there anything interesting here? Because, again, like, we only almost have another. We don't actually have it. Can we do something with the J? I don't really see anything. It's like jot. That's nothing. Is Jonathan in the game's dictionary? Almost certainly not, Frog. I like what you're thinking. It'd be a real risky reroll, but because it's a name, I think it almost certainly isn't in the list. It's generally doesn't use proper nouns. Oh, that's true. You can check the bag page. I didn't think about that. I forget this is here because it's never used. But yeah, no, it doesn't like proper nouns. Again, same problem with Johann, right? Their names. It does like Johann. My mistake. It thinks Johann is a word. But I think probably here I want to get rid of a letter or two and try again. I could even get rid of the H. If you get rid of one of these gold letters, it just deletes it. It doesn't actually put it back in the bag. So it's a lot of points you're giving up, but when it's an H, H's, there's only 2 of them in the board anyway. It's not like there's a lot of them you're missing out on. Tenant is something that I was thinking about earlier. It's pretty good. It doesn't get us to 7. I would do it this way, though, because you want the score increasing end first. And honestly, might be good enough. We could do that if we care about getting to 7. Because again, we'll get 3 more gold letters back, which is pretty good. I'm a little worried about hitting this score threshold, though. We want to do it in less than 3 words. But I think if we keep these, we're gonna need to re-roll some of them afterwards, because keeping the J and the H is not very good. It's probably what we're gonna do, but it's still not great. Let's do it. Actually, the other option that's not very good, I don't know why I'm considering this, would be to put these both over here. Come on. Because that puts the N on the gold one, which is getting us 4 gold letters. Which is not bad. Not bad. But probably not good either. So, I don't know. That's extra dubious, because we're not getting to 9, and all we're doing it as far as an extra gold letter. I don't think jeton is a word in English. Dictionary likes it, apparently. But I don't like it, so I'm not doing that one. I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't feel like that one's real, so I don't like it. It almost certainly is a real word, but I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna do tenant here, and we'll figure it out. 3 more gold letters is plenty. It also has a bunch of point letters, which is really good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Again, though, we need another 10,000 point word to clear this. Yeah, getting the N on the 13 times would be good, but I don't know what that word means. I don't like using it. These letters are pretty bad. We have 3 exclamation marks again. But, like, what am I supposed to do with this? I think we're gonna have to get rid of at least the J and the W. At least. I like the TH together. So they're decent to keep. But like, yeah, exactly. It's not just wham, actually. It's whammo! That honestly might win it. Like, it's a lot of exclamation marks. But if this is our last word, we do want to get this if we can. So there's a little bit of maneuvering we should be doing here to see if we can try and get that. Yeah, wahoo is 1, 2, probably. Try and get to here. Even better if we can get the M at the end, because if we could put a 6-letter word here with, excuse me, with 3 exclamation marks at the front that puts this here, that would be incredible, because we'd get 2 bonus energy on the end, right? So, really, the debate here is, what do we re-roll to try and make this happen? I don't know if there's really anything we have at the minute that could do it. I don't see a good way to get an M at the end right now. So I think we're gonna probably just re-roll these 2 and maybe one of the others. And see what we can get. Having the O's at the end like this is really good points-wise, because they multiply our multiplier by 0.5 at the end of the word. So, like, that is really good. Wahoo like this, surprisingly valuable to finish our turn. But if we could have 1 more letter, it would be so good. I think I'm gonna re-roll, but keep it. So here's the problem that I'm struggling with. Right now, wahoo is probably our best word. If I would re-roll, I'd want to probably get rid of the J and the W, because they're not that good under like larger word combination circumstances. But if we get rid of them, we don't get something else that makes something as good as wahoo, then we're missing out. It's a struggle, friends. We're right at the end, and I don't know what I want to do here now. Yeah, it's just a weird set, and if I get rid of the M, the odds that we get another one of our bold letters is not honestly bad, but it's not good either. There's too many tiles in the pile to get one of the like 9 bolds that we have with any reliability. I think I'm just gonna hit these in and see what happens. I'll get rid of the T, get rid of the J, I'll keep the M just because why not? At this point, the rerolls don't do anything for us. So let's just see what it gives us on one reroll here. A and I. Well, that at least gives us that, which is an improvement on what we had in there already. I don't think we can do much else with it, though. I was kind of looking for consonants. Unless we can go wahoo! Classic, wahoo! Goofy noises. I don't know. I think I'm probably just gonna toss these in and one more time, see what we get on the reroll, and then send it. More vowels. Okay. Fine. I think we're just gonna take this and we'll get what we can get. We'll do the big wahoo at the end here. Not quite as cool as it could maybe be, but should still be worth a pile of points. Annoyingly, we never drew a Z again. It's such a bad thing. Never gives you what you're looking for. Well over the skull threshold though, 11 energy to end. And now we'll see how we did. I think we have a pretty good run here at being in the top 10. Let's see what our final score is. Oh, that's not as good as I thought. Really? Not even 300,000. Huh. I thought we did better than that. We came in 26th overall. Well, I'll take it. 26th, still pretty good on the world stage. There's a couple of scores at the top that are always a little dubious, but like, I'll take it. I'll take it. And that's Wordatro. It is pretty fun. I think the big problem for me with the like general, as like a replayable game like Wordatro, where you can just play runs for ages, is that these difficulties are a little boring. The tutorial is just a tutorial. This one is really very easy. Medium is the full 10-round game that they expect it to be, and I think is the difficulty that this is on. I think the daily challenge is on medium, or maybe hard. Hard is the same as medium as far as what you get, but the score requirements are higher. And pro is impossible. I don't know how to do this thing. I have no idea. You only get 1 energy back every turn instead of 2. So if you don't get your 100 points in the first word, you're basically dead. I don't know how to do pro. So yeah, there's probably a skill issue there, but I don't know how to do that one. And it's entirely possible, Frog. The run where I did the best, where I was like top 5, the best one that I've had, I had a really weird board. My last couple of words were all 4-letter words, and that was what gave me the most score by a huge margin. So it's entirely possible Lexicons is viable. It's just weird that it's such an outlier. 6 million is a lot of points, but it's not out of the question. One of the achievements the game has is reach a score of 1 million with 1 word. So obviously they think it's possible. I just don't know how. So there's a lot of these. Some of them are just like play the game more or re-roll a lot. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to 1,000 letters re-rolled. I just don't re-roll letters enough. But there's some fun ones too, like make a palindrome or win with only words that start with the same letter. So, yeah, exactly, Frog. I don't know how you would be able to do it in the span of the daily, at least. Endless does change things. So, there's a bunch of things that do a really big modifier over time. And I guess the question is just, I don't know if you could do that in the 10 rounds of this. Exactly, Tiraj, like race car. Race car is a classic palindrome because it reads the same forwards and backwards. Anyway, that's this. We're gonna go switch over to something else here. A little bit of a different vibe, but still in the like low intensity zone. So give me a second here to get that switched over. I haven't done this in a while. I actually don't remember if there's a better way to change games, but I'm just gonna hit the close button and we'll be on a black screen for a second. It could probably be more polished, but I don't know. Have a good night, Tiraj. All right. Can I grab this yet, or is it not available for capture? No worries, Dexterity. Have a great evening, afternoon, or day, whatever time it is for you. And I'm also going to update the game to be Islanders. Perfect. Okay, so this is a totally different kind of game, but a really nice, relaxing one. I'm playing it a bunch recently, and we'll just do a little tour around and chill. Should be nice and low intensity. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Frog. Basically, the premise of Islanders is you have this unpopulated island and the surrounding bits of debris around it, and your job is to populate it. So as we start here, we have a pack of buildings. So what do we choose? We can choose a brick maker or a seaweed farm. I think the seaweed farms are nice. The brick maker is fine, but we don't have a lot of ground space on this one, so the seaweed farm is probably going to be a good choice to let us capitalize on the terrain we have. When you get tiles, you can place them wherever you want in the world. Anywhere that they can be placed, you can put them. And your job is just to try and get as many points with your placements as possible. If you get enough points to meet the threshold that's on the left-hand side over here, then that will give you another pack of tiles to keep developing the island. If you eventually fail to meet that threshold, your game is over. But if you can make enough points to go all the way around this other tracker, then you can go to the next island. So there is a lot of chill energy here, and you get some cool looking places that you get to develop up in various interesting ways, and we'll give it a shot. So first things first, we're starting with a seaweed farm and seaweed fields. These both like being next to each other, but the seaweed field gets 8 points from being close to a farm, while the farm only gets 4 from being next to fields, so it's usually better to put the farm down first, I think, and then come back and put fields around it afterwards. However, if we're trying to be clever about it, ideally we want to put these farms somewhere where we can have a couple of them that overlap without seeing each other, because a lot of these buildings don't like being near other of the same type. Seaweed farms get a -24 if they're next to each other. So if we put them over here, for example, it would be in a position where we could get seaweed in the middle here and have another one that could scoop the points without seeing the one up on the hill. So we're going to try this out and see how it gives us a good start here. Now we can zoom in a little bit too and put some buildings in place. I'm going to snug them up right up against this thing, because the more that are going to be in range of it, the more total benefit we'll get. And our first requirement is pretty low. So now we get some more tiles, and we'll always get to choose what kind we want again. So we can choose between the thing we didn't pick and a new option. Let's take a brick maker this time. So you'll see we got a sand pit and a brickyard, but we also got things that go with the buildings we already had in place. So we can put these down now, or we can put another one of these down first and potentially get them in range of 2. So let's put this one down 15. And now we can put another seaweed farm that gets double the benefit, because we can put it right in the middle. This one doesn't quite reach here. I could put it there, which would reach. It's not perfect. I like to keep them nice and snug, but the points are pretty good just putting it over here. So I'm going to grab this so we don't lose this opportunity on this one. And we already have enough points for another building. So as we go, every time we get to one of these white dots, we'll also get an ability to get a boon. I have a couple of stockpiled ones from previous islands, but they'll give us things that'll help modify how the tiles work. We'll get to that, I guess, when it becomes relevant. Sand pits, I think, kind of just want to go in sand. I don't think they care about much else. Looks like it. So there's a couple of good spots we could probably put these in. I'm hesitant to use this big sand area, though. One of the types of buildings that we're probably going to be getting are like houses and mansions, and they like a big flat space, which this map really doesn't seem to have much of in the way of big flat space. So I kind of am hesitant to use this for anything other than housing. Honestly, if your house is built on sand, probably not good for its long-term survival, but that's unlikely to be a problem for this game's purposes. The brickyard here wants to be close to the sand pits. It doesn't care about anything else, really. Warehouses and statues. Everything likes the statue, which is this guy here. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to put down a sand pit facing this way for 15 points. And another sand pit facing this way for 15 points. Yeah, 15 points. Hey, Ginger! Thank you for the subscription. Welcome back. It has been a long time since I've been streaming again, and it's fun just taking it easy today. Now, we can put this guy anywhere that can reach both of them, and it'll still get the points, but it doesn't like being on top of the rocks. So there's a couple of places like that where we have to be a little bit more strategic, so I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna stuff it in the middle, and that'll be good. You can be making bricks for us over here. Good enough. Alright, and this is what I was talking about. We have our city pack. I normally like to take the city pack early, because cities have some really big score potential once you get things going with them later in the round. But because we have a kind of weirdly shaped island, I don't know how easy it'll be to really develop the city a lot. You kind of need two good places to put buildings for a city to work, because mansions and houses don't really like each other, but they're both part of city buildings. And I only really have one big plot. I could probably put one up on this ring and just go around the ring, but I don't know how well they'd fit in there. So instead, if I take it a little later and take the brewing pack first, we'll probably get things that synergize with our more disparate items instead of things that are going to add to the towns. So we got another sand pit, for example, here. That's maybe a little tricky to use, because they don't like to be close to each other, but we do want them to be in range so we can get the benefits with our second brickyard. Because, like, putting it over here, if they can both reach, would be pretty good. Let's see if the sand pit will cooperate then. Because we could put one there for another 15. That's pretty nice. And then later, we could probably get one in here for another 15 too. Yeah. Alright. Let's put one in this space here, and then we can put our brickyard in the middle again. Once you place them, they no longer care if anything is obstructing their line of sight, because they're happy. They got what they wanted. And we also have a hop field and a brewery. The hop fields are interesting. They will go basically on any flat land, and they like to be next to each other and next to a brewery. The brewery likes to be next to hop fields, but it's usually, I think, better to just put the field down, put the brewery down, and then put fields around it. However, there are some bigger buildings we can get later that really like to be close to breweries. So if we put the brewery in the middle of nowhere, we're not going to be able to capitalize on that at all. So, like, maybe we put it on this little terrace? That's actually a pretty good terrace, too, so maybe not. But, like, we could put it in here and then stack our hops in here, and then we've got a hermitage or something later that could sit on this side area and benefit from all of them. We'll see. I don't know if I'd like this the most. There's some other silly places we could put it. But I think that's probably going to be what I'm going to go for here. No. They built these like seaweed farms. I didn't know that. That's fine though. We could also put it over near the statue, because there's not a lot else that's going to be close to it. Could be good. This is a kind of an out-of-the-way spot where normally I like building towns next to the statues, but this is not a good place for a town. So sure, why not? Let's try building... Can I fit this in a better spot here? No, not really. Let's just take that. That's good enough. Build this over here next to the statue. And then build our hop fields for a nice little stacking benefit from being next to each other, the statue and the brewery. Now, lumber is a bit of an awkward one for us on this island. This would be one where having lots of trees nearby is beneficial, and there's not a ton of trees on this island in the first place. There's some up here, but this is like one of the only good plateaus we have. I think I'm going to take the city stuff, and I'll try and hold off on the lumber for a little longer. Well, actually, I could probably put some good in here. But if I get more lumber stuff, I'm not going to have anywhere to put them. You know, let's take the city pack. We'll start a little city area and come back to that later. First, we'll go stick our seaweed on this side, though. We have a couple of good places for seaweed to go sit. At this point, more or less any of these are going to be pretty similar. I have got one problem with this layout, which is if we get another seaweed farm, we can't really put it in a way to hit these without hitting each other. But there are some boons we can get later that might help get around that problem. So for now, I'm just going to put seaweed in the seaweed farm, and we'll figure out the rest later. Do we want to build our mansions on the beach? We only have one house, so yeah, fine. We'll make this a little resort beach here with all our fancy houses. City centers are good for any of the like civic buildings that you can put around them. So you generally want one of these in each place that you want to start building things. So we'll put one here. And then mansions like to be near the civic center. So putting them in a way where they can be nestled as close to each other as they can, because you can see their effective area is quite high, while still benefiting from each other and from the thing they're trying to touch, is generally going to maximize your points there. I'm going to hold on to the house for a while, because I think I probably want to put that with a new city center when we get one. Masons are useful because you kind of put them anywhere, so let's grab some masons. Whoa! Ton of houses. Okay. I was not expecting 5 additional houses there. Ugh. Masons can go on the side of buildings, though, which is kind of fun. So they like to go on cliffs. They like to go all kinds of weird spots where something normal couldn't be placed. As far as what they actually care about, they like a lot of these like manufacturing locations, brickyards and statues and the like. So I think we're probably going to put this one over here to take advantage of our brickyards. I doubt there's anything that would be anywhere near as good as this right now, so we'll take a nice clean 17 points. I could start placing the houses, but if we try and open up our other building pack here, there's really no downside to using these as soon as you get them. We might be able to get another city center before we start placing houses, so I think we're going to do that and see if we can't make the most of it. Ooh, a lighthouse and a lumber pack. Lighthouses are fun. And we did get another city center. Perfect. So, let's pop this in our seaweed field first. Zoom in here a little. I don't think I can make it touch both. Oh, I can! I can make it touch both of them. Alright, we'll take 20 on the seaweed farm. Thank you very much. We have another brickyard, so let's pop that over in the brickyard zone. I don't know if there's really a great spot for this one. Probably just going to put it somewhere where it can get all 3 of these buildings, but not 2 of the brickyards. You can really like finagle your positioning to see what you're going to get, where it's going to be the most valuable for you before you put it down. But I think we're probably just going to wind up taking 10-ish on this. If I could get that 15, it would be really good, but I don't think there's a spot that's going to reach. Doesn't look like it. Well, we can also come over here for an 11. That's not bad. It's not exciting either, but it's not bad. It is a very janky placement for trying to make an aesthetic little island here, but you know what? We'll take what we can get. We'll take the 11. Weird little double brickyard. It's fine. So lighthouses are fun. Lighthouses like to be up by themselves. Let's zoom out a little here so we can see it properly. They like to be up by themselves, and the thing that they care about is having an unbroken line of sight. So putting them on high points like this means they're most likely to give you the full benefit, whereas if you put them down low, because they can't see very far, they'll give you significantly reduced score. So putting them out in the middle of nowhere is generally good. And as you can see here, they like seaweed farms. So this is probably going to be the best spot we could put one for now, get that 40-point bonus. I don't know if there's going to be more than that we can get here. Ooh, that's pretty good up here. 44 right on the piece of downed rubble. It's still in range of all the seaweed farms. 45. That's pretty good. I think we'll be hard-pressed to beat that. There's other places we could put them, but 45 is pretty good. We'll take those points. All right. There you have it. Lighthouse acquired. They do sometimes look a little funny sticking out like this, but you can see they put little support structures under the bottom so they're not just dangling off the edge if you put them on a weird shape. Right then, we have some more mansions to go place. Let's go see what we got on this side. One of the fun things about putting this game together is that by the time that you're done, you usually have a really cool looking little society island that you've built. So it can be nice to see how it all comes together. Put another one in that space, I think, and that 11 points there is pretty good. The real question we have to decide on now is where we want to put the rest of the houses. Houses have a tendency to be about the same size as mansions, but they don't like mansions at all, so you don't want to put them together. You're right, Ginger, that's a good point. These buildings do have big I was once a lighthouse energy. So putting a lighthouse on the ruins of a lighthouse is very Monty Python. Building a castle in a swamp, burned down, fell over, sank into the swamp. So we built another one. It does have big, dubious survivability energy. Now, I could put the houses over here. That could be pretty good, using this piece of the beach instead. Not what I originally was planning, but the thing about houses is they have a lot of big structures that like to be near them, and it would be difficult to put them, if I put them like up on this ledge, there's not going to be anywhere to put the markets and the circus and the other bigger buildings that like them. If I put them down here, we're going to have that same problem, but we might be able to build off of these cliff edges to potentially hang something over the houses, which could work. So, I don't know. We don't have a great spot for housing on this map, in my opinion. It's really just this stretch of beach, or maybe this little plateau, but the plateau is really small, so I'm going to give it to the beach and we'll see how this works out for us. I'm hoping it will not be too big of a problem. It does mean a lot of our houses probably won't get the benefit of the city center, but that's okay. Zoom back in here a little bit more. That's a little janky, because normally it'd stick out a little further, but let's just stuff this in the corner here. Put you there. This is what I'm talking about. They don't quite align now, which isn't my favorite. Put that in here. Little tetromino in there. These are the little details that I like, though. Then the day-night cycle comes around and all the lights in the houses turn on. Same with the mansions over here. Some nice little, like, Zen energy things going on. What do we want to put next? Farms could be good. We have lots of open space, so these things that like to be far away are probably a good choice. I think what we'll do, though, is we'll take the lumber pack now. No, I'm going to take the farming pack. I'm going to try and save these trees for as long as possible, but I don't want very many lumber things, so I think we're going to try not to keep them if we can. We could put our fields up in this area. We want to try not to touch them. The thing about fields that are interesting is that fields score for every connected wheat field, even if they can't see them. So, like, normally things only score if they're in the blue bubble, but wheat fields will always score as long as they're touching another wheat field. So they're pretty versatile like that. The challenge for us here is that mills, also in the same way like lighthouses, don't like to be near things. They like to be out in the open. So they like to be on high places or open fields. They don't like being on sand, as you can see. They don't like being on rocks. So we're kind of limited in where we can try to build them, but because fields like to be connected, these upper bridge areas, or like aqueduct areas, are really bad for them because you can't make all of the fields touch. So I think putting them on this layer and trying to run the fields around up here is probably going to be the best place we can put them to try and not be punished too much for not being able to make them all connect. I'm gonna put one here. And generally, like, the wheat fields get 5 for every mill, whereas the mills get 4 for every wheat field, so it's a little better to put the mill down and then put the fields down if you're starting out from scratch. So let's just put you here so you get the benefit of the statue. And we are going to have to obliterate some trees, most likely here, but first we'll try and keep them nice and close. And do as little environmental damage in the process as we can. Nice. Nice little fields hugging the windmill there. We did get another city center. I'm not sure what I want to do with that yet. We might need to branch out later and put another one down. The thing about city centers is they hate each other. They do not like to be close to each other at all. So we'll wait until we know where we want those to go, I think. We could take our other mason and put it over here again, since there are a couple of good buildings. Even though there's another mason in the area, 17 points is almost certainly going to be the most we could possibly get. There's just not many other things that really synergize with both of these guys over here. Love it. And I can put it further away, but then I don't take a -4 or a +4, so it kind of balances out. So let's just put these two guys smack dab next to each other. And that'll be pretty good. Now, we are holding on to this terrace. The terrace is our special item. It's interesting things. You can kind of just put it anywhere. It likes to sit on top of stuff that normally you wouldn't be able to put anything on top of. You could be out in the ocean, you could be on one of these little platforms, you could be somewhere stuck in a wall. Like, you can kind of go anywhere, and as a result, we want to save it until we have something we need to put in a place we normally couldn't. It likes to be near cities in particular, so putting it over here is probably a good idea, so we get that flat 20. But it also likes being near masons and other bits and pieces, so by the time we build up the island more, we'll have a better idea of where this is going to go. For now, it just sits in our inventory to solve a problem we don't know we have yet. What do we got? Shamans are interesting. These guys like to have... They're the opposite of lighthouses. They like to be stuck in a corner somewhere. So let's take a look around here in a minute and see where we can hide them. First, though, we'll try and wedge some more hop fields into our prime brewing location. But yeah, so shamans have, again, the selection of rays, and what you're trying to do is make sure that as few rays as possible can get out. The least convenient place is where they like to live. So, like, if I can wedge them in a little corner, you'll get a ton of points. If you put them out in the open, you'll get minus 15. So the real challenge here is just, like, what is the worst place we can find to wedge this guy? 27 there is pretty good. That's pretty good. 29, even better. 31. Wow, you could really stick this guy in that corner. I don't know if I can get all the rays. I think there's an achievement for placing someone where there's literally no lines of sight anywhere around them. But I don't think I've done that yet. But we'll remember this little corner here is 31 for one of these poor little shamans. Wedged in the middle of nowhere. Is there anywhere else that's even close? They don't like being near cities, so that's obviously not going to be their favorite place. I don't know. I think that 31 or whatever is probably pretty close to the best we can do. They do like seaweed farms for some reason. So sticking one over here is almost as good, even though it has a bunch more lines, just because it's close to a couple of these seaweeds. Sometimes you can really stick them in funny places if there's just enough ground for it to count, but I don't know if it will over here. Got 27 right there, which is pretty remarkable. No, I don't know. I think that 31 is probably the best we can do. They love flowers. I didn't think about that either. So there might even be a better spot wedged in this corner. Yeah, 39 there? That's really good. I don't think we can beat that. For a second there, the game wants to give me a 45. I would love it if it decided to do it, but I don't think there's actually enough room to place the building in there. It's okay, game. You can give me 45 points if you want. I won't be mad. Nah, it doesn't like it. That 30-ish is definitely the peak we're going to be able to find in this little corner. Oh! 41 there. 45! There we go! Okay, we're going to take this before I mess it up again. Happy little hermit, hiding out in the middle of nowhere. Amazing. Alright, let's add some more things to our village. The mansions love to be close to the city center. So let's let them do that. Ideally, we want to place as many things within range of the city center as possible. So like, we don't want to hook something around the side here, because it'll make it a lot harder to put more buildings in the range. We have more city centers if we need to branch them out later, but keeping them all close together does help you do some other little optimizations later, so you don't want to be too aggressive with your placements. No, excuse me. Fountains, for example, love being near mansions. And that'll do. Oh, no, I missed it. I thought I clicked, but it didn't go. There we go. Very nice. We do have an access to a boon. Let's see what our boon choices are. Demolish and reroll. Those are both really unexciting. I have 4 rerolls because I don't like to use them. So, I can take more of them, but I'm not going to use them. And demolish is not that exciting either. Hey Legolas, it's good to see you. This is kind of a boring choice. I'll take the rerolls, but they're just going to sit in my pile of unused rerolls. Now, one thing interesting about this one is that apparently we get score every time we use boons, and I don't know how that works. This is a special island effect that I haven't had before. So one of the things I might be doing here is unsealing my sealed boons and using a bunch of them on this island. But we'll see. Oops. For now, I'm just going to build things, and if I need more, then we'll figure it out. So fountains are cool. Fountains have an interesting side effect where they like being mostly around buildings like the other towns. They like houses as well, though, so you have a couple of choices about where exactly you want them to go. And other than that, they don't really do anything else. So it's the challenge, though, is that they don't like each other, like many different kinds of buildings in this game. So you want to try and place them where you can maximize their benefit without putting them too close to things that they're not going to want to spend time near. There's boons we can get that negate that downside, but we don't have any of them yet, so we're going to not rely on that for now. Let's add to our interconnected fields over here. Lovely. Got a couple more houses, so let's add them to our other beachfront properties. These guys are going to be in so much trouble if the water level ever changes. All of these guys are doomed if the tide comes in. But we're just going to not tell them about that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We wouldn't have built them here if it was dangerous, right? Yeah. You can definitely trust your property developers. I guess it doesn't quite fit there. For some reason it does fit if I put it in the corner there, but it's not a nice fit. I'm going to put it on this side. Kind of loses a couple of tiles there, but we'll deal with it. I could put the fountain down now, or I can hold on to it until it'll potentially be worth more points later. These are pretty good spots, but like putting it right in the center here, where I can get the most buildings within its zone, takes up some valuable space next to the city center, so I don't know if I really want to do that yet. We'll take some more buildings first and then we'll figure it out. Fishers are kind of a weird one. We'll take them here. 2 more mansions, lovely. That's actually perfect. I wanted this shape to fill this spot. Yeah! Atlantis is legendary! Exactly! Being underwater is a feature. It's a feature, it's not an issue. Of course not. Let's go pump some more houses in the town over here. That would be the shape I was hoping for there. And this one will fill in that space nicely. Now we have another shaman to go place. Unsurprisingly, they don't like each other either, so it makes it hard to really benefit from these nice flower areas more than once, because there's not really a great corner in the same space as the flowers again. 29's not bad, so we could try and put something there. There's even more flowers on the top, but there's nothing here to block line of sight up there. So I have a feeling we're probably going to go back to wedging them in the corner and the rocks over here instead. Because, which side was it? Hold on. Where was the place that we abandoned this little shaman to live in obscurity forever? It's in here, right? No? I've already forgotten where it was. Oh no! Well, we'll find a place to wedge them where they can't see anything anyway. Before too long, there's a 29, that's decent. Surprisingly good, actually, given how much open space there is around there. I think it was in this little corner, wasn't it? Right in here, 31? Yeah, that was it. Alright, well let's wedge this guy in here. 31 is probably the best we're gonna get there. So sure, we'll take it. The fisher obviously likes being around fish, but like everything, it doesn't like being around other fishers. So it makes it hard to really benefit from a big bunch of fish more than once. But at least the first time, we can just put it near the biggest bunch of fish, because there's 4 fishing spots over here. We can stick our fisher right at the edge of their range and maybe try and get something out of them a second time. That'll do. They got little boats on the side, which are cute. Okay, what else we got? The pyres. Pyres are going to be good on this map, I think. What pyres do is they like to be on high places where they can see other things, like city centers, and pyres, and I think lighthouses? Do you like lighthouses? Kind of. Not in the same way. You like pyres and city centers. But they don't like to be close to them. So if you're close to here, you're only getting like 9 points from that city center. But when you go further away, now you're getting 13 points from that city center. Same thing for pyres. They like to be in places where they can see everything, but be far from them. So like this is probably the best spot we could put this pyre, because it'll be able to see both city centers. There might be one up here too. Yeah, where it can see over the edge. But you can see this time we're only getting 22 points as opposed to 35, because the distance matters to these guys. 25 there is also decent. But for now, we're going to put him in the place that's just the best for him. Here you go, pyre. Sit on top of this old beacon. Who knows what this was before, but it's a place for us to put a pyre now. Alright, more seaweed fields. There's a couple little spots we can fill in here, but they're basically the same score-wise, so it doesn't make a huge difference. Got a couple of little mansions. Add them to our beachfront properties. I'm gonna put you there. Now, if we do put this down soon, that's pretty good. 37 is a pretty nice benefit. I could put one on each side of this place and get a pretty good score. I might just take that. 34 here is pretty good, and I can put one on this side for 43. I'll do that. We're leaving a little hole here, but leaving little holes in the town is actually okay. You can get something later that'll fill those one-tile gaps pretty nicely. So let's put one of our fountains on this side. Take that delicious 43. And another one on this side. For the 34. Like that. And now, even though our mansions won't be able to reach the city center anymore, they can get benefits from the fountains, so they'll still be able to be decent scorers, even though mansions on their own kinda suck. Now we can get back over to the houses and fit some more in town. Maybe. This place is going to be very jankily built very quickly because it's going to have to scoot out this way. However, we'll probably put another city center over here so they have something else to build towards. Or build from, rather. That might be a good idea. First, though, I want to put something on this side and then in this hole if I can fit something. I don't know if I will be able to. I think it has to be a square building to fit in there. Alright, it was worth a shot. Let's put another city center over here. I could put it further away, but I want to be able to put things on all sides of it, so I'm just going to scoot it right in under the bridge here. Uh, 17's fine. I'll take an extra 2 points. You admire how many of these people want nothing to do with other people, right? But they know what they want, and what they want is nobody else nearby. Let's try that. I think that'll still let a building fit in there. Oh, maybe not. Some weird shapes in there. I'm just gonna put you here. That'll do. We'll figure out the rest later. It's a very janky shaped island. Parks are really good around buildings and around some other places, so we like parks. We have a wheat field to place with our other fields. Surprisingly, we haven't got another windmill yet. I feel like we usually would have one by this point. But we'll just put more things in our connected fields area. Another mason. I could put it over here because, again, we're still getting like 13 points. But at this point, it might be better to not stuff them next to each other. Those penalties are pretty high. Oh, glad to hear you're having a good day at work there, Zebrazantos. If I can help make it better, then I am happy to do so. Yeah, I think sticking it over here is... Oh, 17, yeah. 17 is going to still be the best we can get. So we'll take that. Nice little score. We have a pile more houses and a single park. So parks like to be around other buildings. We could actually put them in this little spot if it'll fit. But mostly they like being around the fountains and the wildlife, which is something that doesn't usually come up early in runs for me, but it's something I might look for later, where I can put them near farms once I've run out of space where I want the buildings to go. So I think for now we'll probably put these near the mansions, in part because houses like parks a little bit and mansions like parks a little bit more. So since I don't have anything else to put over there, I'll hold on to the fountain, hold on to the parks until we'll have a couple more mansions to place, and in the meantime, we can put houses near the new housing area. To be honest though, I think I definitely made this a little too far to the edge. It's going to be hard to put much in here anymore. Not my best placement decision, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Alright, what else have we got? A plateau and a lumber pack. The plateau's kind of fun. I think we're going to need this to really take advantage of our cities. Plateaus are like the terrace that we have, except that they mostly go on water. So you can place them out here to put things near buildings that otherwise wouldn't be able to go there. It just gives you a little bit more versatility. There are tiles that they like they really like masons for some reason. And they like city centers. So there's things we can put them near. We're probably going to put these like here, to put a building that capitalizes on being close to houses in a place where it normally wouldn't fit. So we'll hold on to that until we need it. In the meantime, we have a seaweed farm, and unfortunately this is the problem that I was saying earlier with our seaweed farm placement. We can kind of get points, but because they don't like being next to each other, we're taking a big hit on putting seaweed farms over here anymore. So what we might want to do is score up enough points to try and get a boon, because there's another boon that I believe is called Neighborly that is perfect for this. It lets you put buildings near things that they hate without getting penalties from them. So that would let us double the benefit of putting seaweed near these two farms, and would mean that we don't take a minus 24 on placing them. So we'll experiment with that a little bit and see what we come back and do later, because I think that's probably going to be the best choice for us. For now, add some more to our wheat field, pop our mansion over here, and now we can see a little bit what we're looking at, because if we zoom in on our rich end of town, you can see that they like the fountain, but they still aren't worth that many points. Like, mansions are kind of low scoring on their own. They're not that good. They do like being around other mansions, and they like being around other amenities like this, but they're kind of lame. Like, I'll take 7. That's not bad. But they like parks for 2 points as well. So actually, they like being close to parks and fountains more than they like being close to other mansions. So if we put them in, parks around the outside of this district, it'll help us place other buildings and make them a lot more valuable. So let's put a park over here. And we can take this mansion we were just looking at and pop in the middle, and now it's worth 10, which is significantly better than what we saw before. We can swing around the other side. There's some interesting shapes. This long, thin park is often one that I want way more than this 4-tile park. It takes up a little bit less space, and you can often squeeze it around the edges when there's nothing left you could build there otherwise. But you do often get a lot of square ones, so these are valuable spots to use effectively. Unfortunately, I can't save it for later. It's come up in the rotation, so it's the tile that we're placing. We'll put it there. And there was a nice 16 over here that we'll take, I think. 16's pretty good for one of these. Just make sure we line it up so it's more or less not messing up the structure of our town. That'll do. Alright, what else do we have? Huts and lumber packs. So huts are the thing I was actually talking about earlier. They're little one-tile buildings, and you can fit them in holes like this later. So huts are kind of funny because often you wind up putting them all in the same place. If there's somewhere that's worth points, they can often go there when nothing else can, so you just stuff a ton of huts into a tiny spot. Because it's like, this is worth 16. I guess I'll fill this row with huts. Because nothing else is going to go there. But I don't know what our best option is. Obviously they don't like any of these industry buildings, but they do like the city centers. Yeah, exactly. They're a really nice filler to cover the gaps like this, where nothing else would be able to go. And they also fill in little cracks, like I can put them on this ledge. Nothing else is going to be able to fit on this ledge, but I can get 16 points for every hut on that ledge. Great for filling in those gaps. Oh, thank you very much, Zephyr. We got a gifted sub from Morimana. Congratulations on the gifted sub, and thank you very much. To be honest, I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming, so be careful with committing too hard to subscriptions. I appreciate the support, but I'm not promising I'll be back here all the time. But either way, let's put this little hole filler in there, because I want that hole filled. And then we're going to go put these guys on the ledge, because 16 points to fill a ledge that I can't use is really nice. We have another Mason, so we're probably going to put that over here in Mason Town, but I don't know if there's actually a good spot left here. We've kind of filled it up. 13's not bad, but I don't know if we can get better than that, because I don't think I can get in reach of another one anymore. They can't just go out in the open like this. They have to be attached to a surface. So like I can get 20 here. Pretty good actually, because I get 2 of the towers and the statue in range. That's pretty good. I don't think we're going to see anything better. They're fine, kind of fun though. You can just put them anywhere in places that normally they could go. But I think we'll take the 20. That's pretty. Yeah, I'll take it. That'll do. Might have problems later. Actually, it's a little too close for what I maybe wanted to put in here. I don't think it likes masons, but whatever. I'll deal with that bridge when it comes to it. We have 2 more parks to place. One of the challenges with parks is that they actually don't like other parks. So if you have too many of them in an area like this, it actually gets hard to get a lot of value from them because they're kind of in the way of each other. So we'll put them around, but we don't want to stuff them too many in one place. The nostalgia really triggered the brain to relax? Well, I'm glad to hear it. That is a good outcome then. One park over there, and one park over here, I guess. That'll make our mansions easier to score on later anyway, and it still gives us a pretty good score from them. We've got Boone. What are our options here? Oh. I don't like these either, really. I'll take the terrace because we've got one and they're fun. I don't like bargain. And I got a pile of rerolls, but I don't want to reroll, so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go grab another terrace. Oh, hey. That's that Aurora effect. Boons grant points when used. So it's not very many points, but it is some. Good to know. The only downside with the terraces is they don't like each other. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Plateaus do like each other, so it's really easy to put them right next to each other, but terraces do not. The sauna's a fun building. I don't know how it's going to work here, though. I guess find out. Let's grab a sauna. So the thing about the sauna is it's a building that wants to face a lot of interesting buildings. It likes to be near towns, of houses in particular, but it has to be on the water. So you could put it pretty high up and it stairs down to the water, but if the stairs don't reach the water, it's not valid. So you can make some pretty silly placements. Like, we could put one up here, and it's honestly pretty good. It's I don't know why you would build it there, but you could. Whereas if we just put it down here, it's probably going to be worth more points. But they also don't like each other, so you often wind up with placements where you're trying to, like, point something at all the buildings without being close enough to another one, while also keeping the stairs facing the water. So you get some weird looking building placements with these things. First though, let's... I want to park in here. I probably don't. I'll take one though, actually, that park's decent. Swimming across the strait and climbing up 200 stairs to relax in the sun at the end of my workday? Exactly! Right? Like, this is what I think of when I think of a luxurious spa experience. The stairs go down into the middle of the ocean, you just have to swim out into the bay, and then climb all the way up there. Great, we love it. Thanks so much for building this here. Very silly. We can open these all at the same time, and I think I'll open another one. I try to usually keep them contained, because if I have too many options, it gets a little overwhelming to look at them. Towers are fun, though. They like being near buildings, but hate being near towers. Like everything in this game, it doesn't like being near more of itself. So you wind up trying to put them in places like this, where they're going to be able to capitalize on a bunch of similar buildings, but not so close to each other that you won't be able to get more than one in a certain area. This is kind of a janky setup I got going here, though. I got another city center, and I don't know where to put that either. Because, like, none of these spots are good. I could put one here, I guess, just so that there's something else to connect more buildings to. That's probably fine. Probably better than the alternatives right now. Yeah. I don't love it, but we got a bit of a weird city situation going anyway. And that should make our huts a little better, too. Yes, they're worth 22 points in the middle here now, which is wild for a little tiny square that I can't use anything else with. Huts are so good. Alright, what else do we want to place around here? I kind of want to put the seaweed farm down now if we're not going to get a neighborly benefit anytime soon. I was holding off on actually placing the seaweed, because if we could put another seaweed farm here without a big penalty, then they get more benefit from putting the farms next to them, or the seaweed next to them. But I think we're honestly just going to do this anyway. It's not great, but like, cool. I get less from doing this than I do just from putting it here. So I think I'm going to stick it in with its neighbors and then just build a bunch of stuff close by so I can capitalize on the actual seaweed even if I'm not capitalizing on the farm. Yeah, that'll do. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It'd be so good if we could get rid of that negative 24 though. Because now these ones are big points if we can place them around it. That plus 16 for being near to 2 other farms is very nice. That'll do. No, neighborly only happens when you place a building. We haven't actually gotten any of them yet, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping we'd see more of the interesting placement modifiers by now. But you usually get a couple of them, and you have to toggle them on for when you place a building, and it'll modify how it works when you go to place it. But it doesn't do anything after you've already put it down. So I think we're going to come over here and just put more parks around this. I have so many parks. More parks around the mansion district. 13 will do. Sometimes you can get more points by placing something in a janky spot, but it creates more holes, and it's honestly better to take 1 point less, but make sure it doesn't disrupt the whole shape of your town. There's a nice 14. Can I fit one in the middle there? I might have made that spot too small. That was what I was worried about. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, where it doesn't quite fit anymore, so you just can't put anything in there. Not my best placement. The flat park fit on the ridge. Yeah, the flat parks are really good. You can put them in all kinds of weird spots. So I should probably start considering that a little bit more, but This is the place that I like to put the parks first, around the mansions, because mansions love parks. I'll take that 13 too. That's pretty good. We are getting near critical mass on these parks, though. They're a little too dense to put anything else in the area soon. So let's put one somewhere else. I don't like this though, because that's still close enough to the city center that they can benefit from it. We could put one again. These are other good places for them. Near the trees and the plants, like up on this little island, is probably pretty good for a park, but there's still lots of opportunity to put hops in there instead, so I think we'll hold off on that for now still. And I'll just take a 12 or something over here. I do think it's funny how it still shows you how many points you could get if you could put them in completely illegal places, like in the middle of town. There's no way to get it in there, but it will show you how many points you'd get if you could. Yeah, I'll just take this 12, it's fine. The thin one here is the kind of thing we're talking about. Like, the thing about them is they don't like being on rocks, they have to be on earth in some way. So it wouldn't fit like on this, but it could maybe fit back here, or on the front here. It doesn't look like it quite fits. But that's okay, because we're planning on putting a plateau there anyway, so we don't want to obstruct it too much. The thin ones are really great for these kinds of locations, though, where you can put them in a little thin spot and get benefits on a bunch of plants nearby, or like wedge them in behind here. Like that's probably a pretty good spot that I don't know if I'm going to put anything else in. But for the time being, we're not going to mess around with parks out in the wilderness. I like to do that towards the end when we've really packed them full of things that can benefit from the parks. So we'll just put this one in town. We do still have a tower. We don't really have any super exciting tower places. It's probably just going to be somewhere over here. The thing we want to watch out for is just to make sure that we put our tower in a place where we can also put another tower and another tower and another tower to really maximize our tower value. So I'm going to put the first one up on this hill, I think. Got a nice little 23 up there, and it shouldn't interfere too much with placing future towers. Yeah, that'll do. Plus, it's got a cute little flag on it. We like that. As we build more little buildings in here, the sauna becomes more valuable. Again, putting saunas in silly places is like a big part of what you do in this game. Because the game loves it. It loves saunas in random spots for surprisingly decent points. Almost get 30 points just sticking it in the back end here because the area behind them is so big it covers most of the town. I don't know if we can get anything like that's too high. We'll be able to reach from there. You can see the maximum height is at that silly angle. But like, we could get 28 just doing that. That's not bad. I probably can't put anything else in there either, so like, yeah, that's pretty good. But we don't necessarily want it to be in there, because then if anything else is trying to cover that ground, it's going to touch the sauna. So that is a downside. That is a downside. I mean, yeah, it almost looks reasonable, which is why we can't do it. This might be the best spot, actually. Sticking it in the back corner over here, because on these little rock platforms, nothing else would be able to go anyway. And that way we can also keep some space clear to potentially put some other ones like there later without touching this one. So I think we're probably going to wedge it in the back corner here. It is a little janky, but all the best saunas are. So we'll take 32 points for a sauna in the middle of nowhere. There you go. Alright. Warehouse. Warehouse likes being near production buildings, so it'll probably love it on our island with all of the masons. Yeah. Yeah, it loves this place. 42 points, 47 points. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think anywhere is going to be close to that because all of our real production buildings are in the same place. Yeah. We'll take 47. That's a good outcome, I'd say. You know, that's pretty good. Alright. What else we got here? Another mansion to put in the park areas. I don't know if I like this shape in here because it'll make these squares basically unusable. That's a pretty good one. No, I'll take that 9. Houses, we want to fill up these spots so they can take advantage of being close to that city center we placed before. I kind of need a square one to go in that last spot, though. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit anything else near this city center. It's just a little too janky. Yeah. Not my best placement. That's okay, though. We have another city center over here that we can build around. So let's do that. Oh, the beach isn't wide enough for this house to sit there. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Done. Okay. We have 2 more seaweed fields. So let's go pop those over here. No, wrong island. There it is. Pop these over here near our little seaweed zone. Lovely. Still have these islands, but we're going to hold on to them until we have something big to put them with. Oh, fortune teller's kind of awkward. Fortune teller is a special building. What it does is it gives you more points based on how many things are in your bar. So because I haven't been stockpiling a ton of points in buildings, it's not going to be super great. Yeah, 42 is not bad, actually. 42 base score is not bad. And it likes being near the rich part of town, surprisingly. I would have thought it would prefer to be over here, but it likes both. So we can wedge one in there for 47, but we can also wedge one in this little spot for 51, which is pretty good. I wish I could put it in here. Oh, I can! Oh, I think I have to put it in there, because I don't think anything else will fit. The actual square buildings, I think, are a little too big. Oh no, they can fit in there too. But it'd be hard to fit anything else in this little spot. There's only a couple of buildings that would work. And getting a big 53, 55 point fortune teller off it's pretty good. The challenge is that ideally I want to put more buildings down first, but I only get 1 point per house and mansion, and then I'll take away from my base score. So I probably just want to put it here and then get my points. If there's somewhere else silly I can put it, then maybe we'll take that instead. Because like I can put one in there, but I can just put a house in there. Yeah. I think I'm going to stick it over here in the corner. The fortune teller, Only thing it doesn't like is other fortune tellers, and I'm probably not going to try and put one on this side if I've already got one here. So we'll take a 52. That's a pretty nice score. That's better than I thought I was going to get out of a fortune teller I wasn't prepared for. Let's wedge this mansion in here. Ideally, square mansions we'll get at some point. I can go in that little corner. Take an 11 there. Nice. Still no square mansions, but there's lots of good places to put them now because we've got lots of gardens. I think that little corner is probably the best spot, but no, that one's really good actually. 12 here? That's pretty good. I'll put it like that. I think that's probably the best spot for it. And a square one. Perfect. You can go in here. The tavern's a fun building. Unsurprisingly, it likes being near where the people are. These like to be in towns with houses, not in the mansions. They don't drink apparently. Not in the tavern anyway. I'm sure if there was a place we could get wine for them, they'd love that. The thing about them is they also love breweries. So if we can get them close to the brewery, it'll probably be better than somewhere else. So we might put this one over here just because nothing else can fit in this little space and it gets that 18 off the brewery. But like, there's so many points over here though. It's hard to say no to the 30-point allure. Let's put some more houses down in this intermediary space, and that might make it a little bit more appealing to put something else there. If I can fit that in there, that might work, but it doesn't. I really need a square house in there. Or we just fill it up with other shapes. It'll be fine. Can I fit one of these in here? I don't think it's gonna go. It's close, but it's not quite the right size. Oh! It almost fits. Almost fits. But not quite. Alright. Well, even just adding those two buildings bumps this up to a much more respectable 25 on the brewery, which is not quite as good as the 31, 33 kind of big scores we can get over here. But it's not so bad that I feel bad about putting it down. Using a space that we can't use for anything is better than not using it. Let's pop this in here first. That'll do. We could, of course, put it in a different shape. It's not gonna, nothing else is gonna go in there anyway. So that'll do. And now I can either put this in here. No, it's quite bad there. This side is definitely the one it goes on, so it can take advantage of the brewery nearby. This building has a big negative score as a baseline, which is partly why it doesn't score so well, despite there being so many buffs on the screen. Starting at a negative 15 means there's a bit of debt to overcome before you can start scoring on it. So, we'll take this 27. That seems perfectly good to me. That will do. Alright, and what's our next building pack? The circus. This is one of the ones I was expecting. The circus is a building that loves being near town, but I don't know if there's going to be much room for it, is the problem. So we might try and put a plateau here and put it on that, so that it can be closer to the buildings and actually give us some score. However, we did get something fun here. We have our second pyre. I think this is looking like a pretty prime location. This rock in the middle of nowhere. Gets a nice 53 on that one. 54 right there. I don't know if we're going to have a place that can do better than seeing a pyre from far away and 3 city centers from far away, but let's take a little look around elsewhere too. Because we could put one up here again. That's a pretty fun little spot because you can see it through the crack in the bridge. That's fun. What else have we got here? I don't know if there's much that's going to be better than that first 50, though. It's pretty tasty. There's some good stuff, like this isn't bad, but we're taking a big pile of negatives because it doesn't like being in range of the farms. So, just being over here on its own is already pretty beneficial to our score. Because it's not in range of things they hate. So we'll take that. It might not be perfect, there might be something that's a little sneakier, but being able to get all of those things in range really does help the scoring. We'll take 54. Okay, what's our next boon? Really? They're not giving us the kind of ones I like. These are like fine. I don't know if this activates right away. I assume it doesn't. They usually don't. Yeah. Well, that means we can stockpile something to re-roll them into other stuff later, which could be good if we get something we don't want to be placing. I don't know how likely I am to use it, but like, it could be good. I can see it being valuable. So we'll just give it some time and see if it winds up being what we want. Now, I don't think there's actually enough room in here to place this anymore. Oh, no, there is. The 35 there is pretty good. These like circuses or not? Nah, they don't care about circuses. They just don't like fishers and seaweed farms. So, if we want to try and place the circus over here, it's gonna be a little janky. Because there's not really a good ground space to put it. So we could put a plateau out and then put the circus on that. But the problem is just that the area of effect on the circus is pretty small. So it's only gonna be like 30 or 40 points, which isn't nothing. It's just not, like, thrilling. If we put it on a raised platform, which we can get even more points for, the problem then is that it won't reach at all. So that's just not going to really work for us. First, though, we have another mill to place. The challenge here is they don't like each other. So I can put it up here for plus 17, but you see it gets a minus 20 off that other mill. So I could probably get much better points by putting it as far away as possible, but still getting all of the fields I can. 27 is probably the most I can get with the way that the zoning on those fields are. Oh, 29 here. Surprising, given how few actual rays of the windmill I get. I think I'd actually rather have the 27 and have it be close enough that I could maybe build fields over to it in the future. So, we'll put it on this edge here. I think that'll be good enough and still not be hard to use it later. We did get another seaweed farm though. I can't just put this one here. It's so bad. I could put it over here. We take one minus 24 in exchange for a big plus 30 on all of these different fields, and then we can build more seaweed over there for double points too. That's probably what we're gonna do. Anywhere else is not gonna be any good. I can't take advantage of it. So we'll put it over here. I do like how the island starts to come together though. When we started out, it was just a pretty barren space, and now that we're a good chunk into developing it, we've got like some cool town areas, we've got these like industrialized zones, some farms going. It's just kind of nice. The tunes are cool, the lighting is soft. Nice zen, relaxing game. More sand pits I can place. They like being in the center here with all these buildings, but there's a lot of negatives from being so close to other things. It's probably not worth it, but I don't know. Sticking it right here, giving you like 20 points is pretty good. 18 is more than I'll get for placing it by itself over here later. Is there anything better than 18? I doubt it. But let's take a look. You never know until you try. Ooh, there's a 19 right there. That's pretty good. If it wasn't for those -4s, we'd be getting a big bonus, but I don't know if we'll be able to get that same kind of score without getting one of those negatives. Yeah, it's the shape of the building is just a little wrong. 19 there is also pretty good. I don't think we can do much better. Whoa, there was a 20 there for a second, but I think it was only inside the building. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, I guess that's probably the best one we can get. It's weird to place the building in the middle of the mess like this. But like, hey, if there's a 19 here, I'll take it. One of the things that I'm curious about with this game is... Oh, there it was. Come back, you. 19. Every time you finish an island, you go to the next island, and it continues to add to your score. I'm curious... Oh, there it is, 19. It doesn't really feel to me like the islands are getting that much harder, but they probably are incrementally increasing in difficulty, meaning that eventually I'm just not going to be able to beat them anymore, and I'll figure out what my final score is then. But I have no idea what that looks like right now. I have no idea when I won't be able to finish an island anymore. I think we're just going to stick this one on this side. That 35 is pretty good. Does make it hard to use those buildings again, but like, I'm just gonna take it. It's fine. Now, the entrance to that one is wedged in the corner of a giant stone pillar, so like, if we're talking about reasonable placements, that's not it. But it does work for points, so we're just gonna gloss over that problem. The aviary is a very cool building. Very cool building. It is worth so many points. It has a base score of 124. And that's because this is a building that gets better every time you place it. If you place it in a place where it actually earns points, it adds its new score to its maximum up until it reaches 125. So it is almost maxed out right now, where if I place this thing down, I get so many base points. It is wild. If we can get something that like gives us bonus points as a boon, we can get so much from an aviary. So we're gonna hold on to that guy and see if I can get a boon that'll help us capitalize on it first. Because wow, you can do a lot of damage with one of those. I got a 16 over here. That's not bad. There's a 16 over here also. We might have to branch our masons out eventually. We've got them all still packed in together. Yeah, the compounding bird apocalypse, exactly. Exactly. Everyone knows that bird finance works really well until all that's left is a big pile of feathers. I think probably the 16s that we're seeing over here are the best we're going to get for this still. I could put one over on this side, but they don't care about these buildings. It doesn't really make a difference. I'll put them with this guy, though. Give him a different neighbor. Actually, no, if I want to put something there later, I don't want them to be more masons in the same zone. Can I get a good 16 without putting it there? No, it doesn't look like I can. Because you can't just put it on the beach. It has to be on a cliffside. Alright, I'll put it over here. It's fine. Okay, more houses. I kind of want to fill in this little housing gap. I've made it really janky. I don't know if I'm going to be able to put much in there anymore. A really bad connection point. So instead, I'm going to go put some houses over here. What shape are you? You're a box. Can you fit in there anymore? Nah, they turned that into a weird janky shape too. What a surprise! All the shapes are bad. You could go here. We have one mansion. I was hoping it was the other shape of L. Get a 10 there. 11 there is pretty good. Can I get something on this side? Only 8? That's not so good. Okay, well, I'll take the 11, I guess. Weird little leftover bits. I don't like that, that's fine. I'll just put it over here. It's only 10 points, but it's still a decent 10 points. We have more parks we can put down too. Some good straight edge ones. Are worth deciding what we want to do with them first. I guess the real problem is what I want to do with the circus. I kind of got to decide this now. The longer I hold on to it, the harder it'll be to use. So I think I'm just going to stick a plateau over here. Right about there. And we'll put our circus on the inside edge. It should be able to get a pretty decent score here. Yeah, 48. Oop, there was a 52 there for a second. There it is. We'll take 52 on the circus. That's pretty good. Hey, Ragasaria, I am doing great. It has been a long time. It's very true. Another terrace? I don't even know what I'd do with another terrace. I'm going to take the lumber pack, finally. I've been putting this thing off for ages. I'm finally going to take it and put it somewhere. I could pack these guys in even tighter, put one sideways in here, but for now I'm just going to put them in a nice line. I guess I'm going to delete that tree. Eventually we probably want to lead this line over towards the other building so we can actually be close enough to benefit from it, because very soon... Well, actually, no, kind of. I can kind of keep putting them over here and it'll be fine, actually. That'll do, then. Okay, we have another tiny hut. The tiny huts are so good. 24 points just for putting a little hut on a ridge that nothing else can go on. I'm doing it. It's so good. There you go, bud. Nice high-scoring hut. Now the lumberjacks are the problem here. Because again, there's no trees. I've been putting off placing them because there's just nowhere good. There's just nowhere good. These are so bad. Often you'll have maps where you can get a pretty decent score on your lumberjacks, but this one just does not have the foliage we would need. If I put one somewhere I can capitalize on the trees once, that'll make it hard to use another one. I'm gonna put it here for now. And then the sawmill wants to go near lumberjacks, so it can just go there and that'll be fine. Actually care about anything else. We'll stick it in the corner here so it doesn't get in the way of our future sawmills. Alright, we got a bunch of building options left. We're doing pretty good here. Doing pretty good. We also have this as an emergency score dump if we need one. Being able to just go 150, 137 points, 100... What else? Do some over here, 15... I forgot it doesn't actually like houses. It likes the rich side of town. It's true. Alright. Yeah, 130 something points just for a single building is pretty good. What mansion do we want to nice here. That one will do. 11 points. Mountain Shrine's a fun one. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Mountain Shrines like to be up high because they basically put a giant cone below them, and everything that they cover is scored. So, on a map like this with a big central spike, yeah, they're pretty good. Turns out, you can score everything from here. That's pretty good. In theory, if we wanted to, we could put a terrace up there to get it even higher. I don't know if that's a good thing, but we could do it. I feel like the benefit we'd get is not very big, because, like, it's already covering basically everything. All we'd really get is some more of the mansions would be covered. But it's hard to predict how much more you're going to get with a change like that, because you can't put it up in the air and see what it would do if it was getting you more points. Hard to know. Is there somewhere else I put this where I can take advantage of the field being close to both windmills? Doesn't look like it. Hey Carlos, hope you're doing well. I think probably like this is going to be the best I can get. There's like a 30 in there. That's pretty good. It does take up some space that I wanted to use for something else later. So maybe on this side it's going to be better. Can I grab 5 of those? Yeah, that's going to be the best one, I think. 28's pretty good. Very weird place to put a windmill directly next to a wall, but like, sure, as long as it doesn't turn into the wall, everything will be fine. It immediately turned into the wall. I'm pretty sure that's not how those work. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's not normally how those work. Okay. Let's plop a couple more buildings down over here. What else have we got? The wind of the earth. Yeah, exactly. 9. What do we have over here? Probably some good spots in this little area. No, not really. 10's not bad for a mansion. Like, we shouldn't complain too much. These are decent spots. For inherently not very valuable tiles, we're getting some good offers. Put it there, cap off this little corner. That'll do. Unfortunately, I did get another lumberjack. So, this is going to be not very valuable. We can put it close to the wood processing area, and it'll get a nice bonus out of that. Now, so even if they are right next to each other, it'll still be decent scoring. The alternative is putting it like over here, and we'll get 7 or 8, but we can get 9 for putting it directly next to the guy, so I think we'll just take that 9. Thank you very much. Okay. We have some big scorers in reserve here. What else have we got? A market and our terrace again. Let's take the market this time. The market is another thing that likes to be near a lot of buildings, but it has a much larger area of effect, as you can see. You could almost put it up on one of these little posts and it would still get a decent score. It'll probably go somewhere in here. That 42 is pretty good, and it doesn't need to be on a podium in the water to be able to actually score, so that's probably where we'll put it. But first, let's come back over here to our wheat fields. I don't know if I can get 2 in range here. No, it looks like I can. That's pretty good. These fields are really nice. Because of the fact they always score, even if they're not actually close to each other, you get a good chaining out of them. kind of tapped out that windmill now. So we're going to have to probably reach out for one of the other windmills so we can keep getting even more points. So let's build over this way. Reach over there with our very normal building technique. Zoom in a little, put some more mansions in the gaps here. That 12's pretty good. I'll take it. The big square ones are often hard to get a lot out of because they're just kind of awkwardly shaped. You can't really hug anything with the center of their hitbox like you can with some of the curved ones. But 8's pretty good. I'll take it. We still have 4 parks available. One of the things that we can choose to do is save parks and then use our replace boon on them. Because it'll give us a pile of other things. But parks are still pretty good, so I don't know. They're not incredible. Like, sometimes we can get more than an average score with them. We get 13, get over here, we can probably get a whole bunch. Is no problem. Like, put one in here, you get like 17 points. That's pretty good. So, we'll see if we want to trade them in later, if we want to try and fit them in the gaps first. But they give us something to stockpile. I think I am just going to put the market in here before I accidentally fill this space and can't do it anymore. And it's pretty valuable, so I'm happy with that. Put it right on the water. This guy will basically continue to become more valuable every time we put something else down, so... Hermitage! This is one of the ones I wanted earlier. So... Hermitage is very different than the individual shamans, where the shamans don't like being around anything. Hermitage loves being around lots of things. Specifically, it loves being around plants. This is why I didn't want to put those masons there. It really doesn't like industry buildings. But like, we can get 30 points just putting it here near all of these crops. It loves being near plants. It loves flowers, so if we can put something up here, it'll get a ton of points because there's flowers on both sides. There's some real potential if we could make it fit. But I don't know if it'll fit on these weird little island outcroppings. And that is going to hurt our potential score quite a lot, because it doesn't like town, so we don't want to put it over here. And it doesn't love industry buildings. So we could put one in there for a pretty hefty, like 60 points. That's pretty good, but it will block off our ability to get to that windmill. '60's pretty good, though. Like, I don't know if I can say no to that. That's a lot. If we could get it up here, it would be even better, but I don't think we can. There's a boon that lets you make things smaller, and that would probably work. We could fit it in there and get like 70 points instead. But we're not getting any of the boons that are cool, so I'm not going to rely on that. I'm just going to stick this over here if I can. Is there a good spot where I can put this and still get any points out of this lumberjack? Not really. 6 is not very good. Well, it's fine. I'll just take this not very good 6. We have a fisher again as well. Fishers have an opportunity to put them over here because they're close to all of these seaweed farms. They'll get a decent bonus. But there's not very many good fish spots that I can put them in anymore. You'd think that being around fish would be the thing that'd be the most valuable. There's a 12 there, that's not bad. But they actually like being near town. So sneaking one in here might be the best thing we can do. problem is just they hate being near each other. So if we put one in a spot like this, we just have to be wary that we can't put another one in the middle like this anymore. We've kind of done that already. But I'll take 27 for this here. That's pretty good. Nice little fishing spot. I think it's probably coming time soon to play some of these big things we're holding on to, though. Oh, really? Demolish and bargain? I don't... These aren't what I wanted. Come on. I guess I'll take demolish. That's not what I wanted. It's not giving me any of the fun ones that I usually like seeing. I feel like the one that I'm streaming here has maybe the worst luck of any of these runs that I've done for getting interesting things. So it goes. I could put a terrace up here, just for almost for kicks. It's a little bad for building terraces other places, because if it can see the top of the mountain, it'll take a penalty every time, which means it'll have to be like kind of out in the middle of nowhere, which is probably not as good. As opposed to putting something where I can actually like use it. But it would be funny to make the mountain shrine even bigger. But honestly, I'm just gonna take the big 120 points mountain shrine I can get up here as is. Just want to destroy as few flowers as possible. Yeah, it needs to be on the other side for sure. Okay, well, 116 points is pretty good. Hard to say no to that. I'll take it. Big score infusion there. Let it just count up for a second. Thank you. Aha, temple. This is the other building I was looking for. So temples love to be near other town buildings. Ideally, you want them on top of them, though, or like directly in the center, and that makes it really hard to capitalize on them because they're hard to fit. Temples have a huge negative base score. They're starting at negative 75, so you really have to capitalize on them if you're going to actually get any kind of decent points. And I think what we're going to need to be able to get anything good out of this guy in this particular run is probably a overhang building, which we don't have yet. So we'll hold on to it for now. For now, though, we can put a couple extra houses down, fill in some of these gaps. That's not going to fit, is it? No, it's bumping into the bottom of that bridge. What a weirdly shaped island I have made here. Some strange little bits. I mean, I can put it here, but like, that's so bad. I can put things on this little terrace with the circus, which is probably going to be the most valuable place I can put any individual building right now, because it gets an inherent baseline benefit from being near the terrace, as well as being near everything else. So we'll put it up here for now, I guess. There are some other buildings that I might want to put up there instead, but at this point, like, we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. Let's go put our wheat field down. This is the point where I have to decide before I put the wheat field, though. If I'm going to put this in the center here to get that 60-point boost, then I cannot wait to put it up in here somewhere. Because it's not going to happen. I can put it up on this one, but just reach any of the flowers, which is what's giving us all the points. So, if I'm going to put it here, I have to decide now. I put my fields in the other direction. And honestly, I think I probably will. Getting 60 points on this sucker is pretty nice. It's 67 if I put it really inconveniently in my own way. Alright, well, let's Let's mess with fields by putting a hermitage right in the middle of them. Where's that 67? Come on now. You showed it to me. You gotta give it to me. There we go. 67 points. We'll take it. Smack dab in the line of where our fields were going, but that's fine. We'll just go this way instead. They're still pretty valuable, even if they are a little bit janky. As long as they're touching, that's the only thing that matters. Pop another one of these guys in the center here. 21, still pretty good. There's a couple more negatives being scored against them now. That does detract a little bit. But still, they're so valuable. Little huts, surprisingly good. Okay. There are a couple of questions we have to think about. If we're going to try and put the temple somewhere, are we going to settle for like a plateau island? I don't think we can. We get 25 base points out of putting them on a plateau, so it's not bad. Like, it does help get around the scoring issue, but it keeps them so far away from the rest of the buildings that I don't know if it's viable, really. We also want to keep in mind that our aviary has to be able to get in here somewhere, because this thing is where all of our bird points are being banked. Aha, walls. I was wondering when we were going to start seeing these. Walls are really cool. You put them around buildings, and they generally go around your mansion districts. Walled cities makes sense. But walls will like stretch to fit around anything that you squeeze them next to, so you can go around corners with them like that. And if you put two walls so that the edges touch, they make a little gate there and it gives you bonus points, which is pretty cool. So walls are really nice. They just also interfere with placing buildings. Mansions don't like to be placed near walls. Or houses don't like to be placed near walls, and some other things also don't like to be placed near walls. So be a little careful with them. We got a second market, and this one's going to be a little harder to place. We might use our plateau for this. Put one over here. Because I'm not really using that space anymore. And if we put a plateau in the middle, we can get a nice little score boost off of both of these city centers. And put a market in the center for a decent score. It's not incredible, but I'll take it. It's pretty good. We have another mason. I don't honestly know where I want this one to go. We don't have that many good spots left. There's a 16 over here. That's probably the best we're going to get, but let's just give it a good little scoot around the map and see what else stands out. This like beach spot would be the best if you could put a thing there, but we can't. I don't think anything else is going to be as good. There's a 15 over here, which isn't bad, but no. That 16 does appear to be the best still, so I think we'll take it. One more mansion. If we're going to start putting walls on these areas, we got to think about what we want to be there, because once we start putting walls in, it really limits our ability to put anything else. We can just keep the wall tiles until we're really certain we're done, which is a viable plan. We'll just need to think about it before we place them. Now, I think you go on this side. There you go. And what more we have? Fish kite. I'll take a fish kite. These kites are kind of silly. They really like being around other kites. As you can see, that's a lie. Negative 45 from being near another kite. But they like being around major city buildings. So there's probably a really nice spot in the center here where I can see a bunch of them. Maybe not. Maybe we don't really have a good highly condensed fish kite location on this map. Huh. I kind of thought we'd be able to do a little better on these, but maybe not. Too many things the fish kites don't like. Fish kite at the fishery? I mean, you can, but the problem is they don't actually like fish. They like lighthouses. They like, mostly like the fancier buildings, the Hermitage, the statue there. Like, there's probably a decent one right around here, if I could get a little closer to that market. Yeah, there's a 25 right here. That's probably the best spot we have. But, like, they don't care about fishing buildings. They don't care about most other things. I'm surprised... Oh, okay, this'll help. I was about to say, I'm surprised we never got another tower, because the towers make a big difference on getting a big score on your kites. So I could put one of these over here. It's a little bad for building the wall near, which I guess I should think about, but if we scoot it in there, it fills that hole really nicely. We want to make sure we can put another tower over here if we can, and maybe even another one over here somewhere. So we don't want to fill up those gaps too close. Because we still want to be able to put another one on this side. So let's just take that 33. 32? 31? Yeah, I don't want to get too greedy. We'll take the 32 over here. Hopefully that doesn't block a wall. No, you can still sneak a wall through, even though it does get a little weird. And now you can put another fish kite in the center here for his 30 points. That's much better. It doesn't like temples for some reason. I don't know why it hates temples so much. The temple doesn't care about the fish kite, but the fish kite hates the temples. So that's kind of weird. But we're going to put it over here up on the wall as much out of the way as we can so it doesn't interfere with anything else later. Cute little building, though. Okay, we have another house to put down. You're going to go in here somewhere. I guess. Or up here, actually, is probably a better one. Yeah, let's put you up there. We have another tavern we can drop in. Probably a really nice spot in here. Yeah, 42 is looking pretty good. They don't like other taverns, so we can't take advantage of the brewery a second time. So instead, just putting it over somewhere where it can get a lot of buildings is probably going to be our prime spot. There's a little weird corner in there that might be good, but I think just putting it in here for 42 is probably good enough. We'll take it. Another brewery. In theory, we can slide this in over here. Yeah, that'll be really nice. 38 points on the brewery. Just enough space on this little island to fit one in without it touching the other brewery. Okay. What's in our next pack? A monument! Okay. The monument loves being near fancy buildings. Parks, in particular, are real easy points for the monument. Nowhere else is going to be even close to as valuable. If we put some more parks down, as you can see, we get 8 per park, so we can get a lot of extra points there if we feel like it. I think we'll probably put this fisherman in the little town area over here to capitalize on the huts and the city centers without really conflicting with anything. That's a nice spot. I have another circus? I'm going to put you. That's a little awkward. You're you're going to be a bit of a pain, I think. I don't really have a good second circus location. Maybe over here? If not going to be great, but we'll see. We have one more hut to place. We'll stick it on the inside of this little spot. There's a spot there. There it is. Another shaman. I don't know if there's a great shaman location anymore. There's one with all the flowers here is probably still the best. That 25 is nice. We might be able to fit something even closer there. 27 there is pretty good. The Hermitage doesn't block the little arrays, so it does still take a lot of open space penalties, but 27's not bad. Is there somewhere weirder I can wedge it? That is one challenge with the Hermitage, is you really have to see where you can get it stuck. Because it wants to be in inconvenient places. Inconvenient places with no neighbors, of course. Can't have neighbors. I do think that... Oh, wow! We can get 31 just sitting in the open here with all of these seaweed farms. That might be the answer, honestly. That's a lot of points for just an open air shaman. 33 there. Alright, I'll take it. You know what? I'm in. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, what's maybe our last boon? No, that sucks. That sucks. These are so lame today. There's so many cool boons, and all the ones that I got here are not that interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go stick the monument down in town here. We could put some more... there's a 95 right there, yes please. We could put some more... parks just to like buff it up a little bit, but I think saving the parks to re-roll them later into more things is going to be better to really drag out points at the end of the game. So I'm going to just put this guy down here now. I don't know if that's the right choice, but it's what I feel like doing, so I'm going to do it. Ding. Okay, let's see what else we got. Water platform, we'll take that, I guess. Water platforms are like plateaus, with the only restriction being that they have to be in the water and that they're weirder shapes. Why there's such a distinction when plateaus could go in the water or not in the water? I don't really know. The big difference is that water platforms have smooth edges. So if you have multiple water platforms, you can put them directly next to each other with no gap. Whereas here, these guys stick out on the bottoms. So if you try to put two plateaus together, there's always a bit more gap in between them. I think that's really the only difference, except that water platforms obviously have to be on the water. We're going to put another tower down over here. That's a pretty good little sneaky corner spot. That'll do. Take another 39. Extend our wheat fields towards the the windmill, trying to windmill the stone. Where do we want this fisher to go? I don't know if we're going to get another 20-point fisher placement again. I think we're kind of out of really high-scoring fisher locations, but there might be a decent one over here still now. If we're just on the edge here, we should be able to get like a good 15. 14 might be all we can manage there now. That's not bad. It's probably the best we got. Yeah. There is still one actual fish location, which is like here for 12. Why not? You know what? This fisherman can be about the actual fish. Yeah. Let's see. What else do I want to place from the random stuff that I'm still hoarding? Maybe none of them. There's a special kind of platform, yep, the wall platform that we're going to get here, which might be the way that we get our temple to score, because wall platforms stick out from things. So if there's a way to place something over other things, this is the way you do it. You place a platform over your town, and then you place your temple on the wall platform over your town. The problem is that we've got things in here that make it so even this isn't going to be that good. Like, I could put one there. That might be our best spot, that one. Because then, if we put the temple on top of it, it's gonna be like just breaking even score, isn't it? Because the circus is there too. We do have a demolish, so I can suction one of these buildings out of the way. We lose like 40% of the score that we got when we placed it, but we do get the space back. And actually, that might be really good just for putting a new circus in the old spot. Because we have a second circus, and I have no idea where to put it. We can put one here for another 60 if we take this circus out first. And this doesn't care about the temple. But no, it does. They don't like the temple. Unsurprisingly, the circus and the temple don't get along. Ideally, I should have left a space over here where our temple could fit over the mansions, but I put it out in the middle of nowhere, and you can't really do that now. Because this is where the big points are for a temple. Right in top of town. But over here, it's not going to be that good, because there's a minus 20 from this thing. The fortune teller hurts pretty bad there. Well, this is the kind of decisions that we kind of have to try and figure out at the last second, because I did not properly plan for this, I see. Hey Luke, how you doing? We're just doing some chill Islanders right now. Long time no see, dude. I think we're just going to place this and deal with the fallout of putting it in a bad spot later. It'll do. If there's anywhere that's worth points, it's going to be right here. And it might not be worth very many points, but we'll take them anyway. Well, it's not great. It's 40 though. I'll take 40 instead of nothing. It's fine. Now, I'm sure these mansions love having this temple floating over them like that. But thankfully, they don't get to move. That's where they live. So they can deal with it. Where do I want to put you? That's a pretty good spot there, actually. 12 points on mansions, really. Alright. 2 more huts. I could put them somewhere else. There's some other little janky holes to fill. That's a really nice 20 points on that one. What else have we got lying around? A couple other little hidey holes where nothing else can fit. Yeah, there's a bunch of good little spots in here. The question is just where do I want to put them? Fill in this here. That's a good spot. Kind of inconvenient for anything else to go. Kind of a fixed resources city builder. Yeah, so what happens is as you place items, you get points. Every time you fill up the wheel, you get access to more buildings. As soon as you are unable to refill the wheel with the buildings you have, you stop getting more buildings and you're done. So you're trying to make as much of the city before you run into that situation as you can. You're building all kinds of different things on the island at the same time, so it's not just cities, you're building industry stuff as well. I kind of want you to go in here, but I guess it doesn't fit. No, I'm not surprised. We are getting into the very weirdly shaped parts of town. Okay. Because we got a lot going on here now. It's starting to run out of space, which is something we'll run into. Now, you can't just play this forever. Once we finish this pip here, or maybe even a little before that, we're going to run into a problem with our building packs, which I might be able to demonstrate now. Yes, I can! We will no longer get shoes. Now that we've had a terrace, everything that we get is just what it decides to give us now. So, that's our first limiting factor. The second one that we're going to run into soon is that, in addition to not being able to choose what we get, every time we get more items, we're going to have less space, or less of them, to fill in the space. So we'll have to work with increasingly limited options. This is actually a pretty good place for a monument over here. That's pretty nice. I'm going to take that. So, from here to the end is where we're going to really start feeling the resource limits. I'm going to put this tavern. I'm going to probably put him up here and actually get some pretty good score from the higher edge. But is there a better place? I don't know. That 30 does look pretty good. There's a 34 right on the edge here. I'm surprised I can't fit him in this little corner. It feels like it should go in there. But apparently not. It's a little too big. And it doesn't like this side of town at all, so I think we're probably going to have to take that 34. I'm going to demolish this circus just to put a new circus there. We have these demolishes, and I'm not going to use them, so let's just vaporize this sucker. And replace it with a brand new circus! There you go! 70 points of circus. Wonderful. Did not have a good place to put that thing. We did get another wall platform, which might have been good, actually, if I had thought of that first. But let's take a random selection of buildings and see what we get. 2 more mansions. Where do I want you to go? We are starting to run low on prime mansion territory, although surprisingly, because the temple's there, that's actually a really good spot to build a mansion. Personally, I feel like building your mansion underneath a giant floating platform would be off-putting to new homeowners, but apparently not in this game. They love it. You can... They want to be physically underneath the temple. Incredible. Alright, here you go. Live your life, I guess. Who am I to say no to your dream home? We have another one of these kites. I don't know if there's going to be a great spot for it. There's a 30 over there, which is probably still going to be our best, because it's got enough towers nearby. I don't think anything else is going to be able to compete with that 30, though. 30 is pretty big. That's a good point. That's a good point, Luke. They can flex on the other mansion owners about it being objectively closer. Even if it's not anything about the piety, it's about the walking time. The convenience. We have one more tower. I don't know if I'm really going to be able to use this one very well, but we're going to go put it in the other part of town. Even if it just sits up here on the edge, 25 points is still decent, and that's more than I'm going to get anywhere in here. Kind of boxed our towers in a little too early there. Can I get a decent 25 up here without having to go right in the center of town? Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, we have another house to place. It's always this shape. This is not the house shape I wanted. The tetromino is not ideal. Yeah, that's the right word. You know what? I'll put you there. Now, we do have another fisher to place, and these are getting a little tricky. There's a 14 there, though. That's pretty good. We've just placed so many of these fishing huts that most of the places that have reasonable score still to get are a little bit full. There's a 17 on this side. Oh, it's just far enough from the other house that it can get placed there without interfering. Nice. 17 is not incredible for one of these guys, but it's better than we'll find anywhere else, so we'll put them. Okay. We have now reached the you can go to the next island point. And as a result, every time we get more items now, we're going to get fewer and fewer and fewer until we only get one at a time, and then we are going to be dead before too long. So, I'm going to place the aviary now. There's no reason to keep holding it. I was hoping we'd get one of those big score multipliers, but the game decided it did not want to give us any big score multipliers, so I'm just going to take the 142 points I can get out of it now, because I don't think anything is going to be that good elsewhere. No. So, 142 points, please. Is there a better spot around here just to check before I place it? Doesn't look like it. There was a good one on this side, but I filled it with stuff. So 142 it is. And that should also max out our value here at 125 every time we see it again, which is pretty good. Points! We love them. Also, all we have left basically is platforms and parks, which is a little silly, but let's get some random stuff and see what we can do with it. Another wheat field. That can go in our chain of connected wheat fields. Another hut. Where do I want you to go? There are still good spots over here, but that's only 19 points. Is there anything bigger I can find? There are some... Oh, there's a 20. I'll take a 20. Thank you. Another fisherman. I just placed one of these. I don't know if we're going to get more than 14 on this one. We have put a lot of fishermen around the place. A lot of fishing being done. Just 12 there. That's okay. There's a 13 in here. That's not bad. There's a 14 there. 16. Alright, you know what? I'm sure the people in the sauna won't love having a fishing hut basically taped to the side of the sauna, but that's 16 points. I'm taking it. We have one more house. Kind of a funny shape that we could stick somewhere here. I don't know where else this can go. We're starting to really run out of room on the beaches here for more buildings. I can stick things over here where they're mixing with the mansions, because it is kind of fine for the houses. The mansions just won't like it. You know what? You can go there. That'll do. Let's see what else we get. We're still getting a decent supply, and we can turn this into a lot of things with the try again button. I don't know if I would rather have random things than a bunch of gardens, though, to be honest. The parks are pretty good. 21 there, 23 there. I'll take it. 2 more houses, man. Where am I going to put you people? We've got so many people who want to come to our tiny island. It's hard to fit them all. And have it still be a valuable place. I guess I could try and put some water platforms in here and then build in between these or on the edges. That could work. You guys like circuses? Yeah, they like circuses just fine. Okay. Well, we got to use these water platforms eventually. Let's put one over here. And that's not the shape I was hoping for, but you know what? We'll deal with it. We'll put this one over here. Yeah. I'll put it there. It's fine. Because they fit together smoothly. Oh, yes. Some of these don't have grass on them, but some of them do. So that does make a difference on what you can grow on them, for example. What you can place there. Put that one there for 20. We lose one tile, but I think it'll be fine. That can be a nice 20 as well. That should be pretty good. I can also sneak a little hut onto that one, so we don't lose that space for nothing. 18's still pretty good. Let's go again. More wall platforms. I don't know what I'm going to do with those. I don't really have many things left that want wall platforms. We have another pyre though. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can see what that looks like. I have a feeling it's going to want to go in the middle-ish here. There's like a 52 spot right there. That's pretty good. Is there something better? Because we want to be able to see both of the other pyres is a big factor. They give a lot of points if they're at the edge of the vision like this. So, even though it's a little bit weird, being able to put them in a place where we can see both of those at the edge is probably still going to be the best points we can muster. I don't think anything else is going to be able to compete with that 52. No, definitely not. We'll take in 52 points. Thank you very much. We have another seaweed field, so we should be able to get a nice big boost out of that one. 22 there is pretty good, versus 23 there is slightly better. We'll take it. What else have we got? We have 2 walls we can place. A bunch of wall platforms. The wall platforms are kind of silly. They're really good sometimes. In this circumstance, though, not probably so good. I'm gonna stick some over town here in case we get something that wants that. Here you go. You can have another one here. And why not? We'll put one in the middle of these 2 platforms. We'll just make it a bridge again. Everyone loves living under platforms. Okay, sawmill and lumberjack is not what I was hoping to see. But we can get some really high-scoring houses on these platforms now. So that will probably be pretty good. Because, boy howdy, do they get a lot of points when they're stacked on all those other beneficial items. I don't know if I've ever said that thing out loud. I think I'm going to stick you here, because 22 points in a little corner like that is nice. We have a really great sawmill point over here, so I probably want to try and put down the other lumberjack in range of it first. Even if it's not actually going to be very good as a lumberjack, that 6 points there's fine, but the lumberjack is now worth 20. Yeah, we'll take it. We are getting worryingly low on that area. We have a lot of parks left. These terraces are cool, but I honestly wound up not knowing what to do with them, really. I guess I'm just going to put one here for 60 points, because even if I don't put anything on it, 60 points is a lot. then I'm just going to place another one where it can earn me a lot of points. There should be a spot in here where I can get a nice hefty bonus. There's a 48 there. That was pretty good. Is there more on this side? Doesn't look like it, but I can probably get the benefits of all these buildings again for another 60-ish over here. Can you stack these? No. It would be funny if you could stack them, though. Alright, well, I'll take the 50 on this side. That's pretty good. And I'll hold on to the last one for now. Do I have 4 benefits here? I guess I do. We'll come back to that in a minute. Maybe I have more boons than I thought I did. For now, though, we're going to put some extra bits on our wheat fields. We have a fountain, which we can probably get at least a somewhat decent score from. I don't know if there's a really big one left, but there might actually be one in town here. Yeah, 36 isn't bad. That might be the best one around. Just sticking one in there for 36-ish points. Because over on this side, the best we can do is probably closer to 20. Yeah, I'll take it. 36 points, thank you very much. We are getting close to not making the point thresholds, though, which is where these parks start to become more of a desirable thing. This is the problem, though. They're so, like, pretty consistent. I kind of want to place a bunch of them, but because we saved up so many, if we do the replace action, we get 26 other buildings, which has gotta be worth, on average, about, at least about the same as parks, right? I don't know. Parks are pretty good. I'm gonna do it just because I've never used this ability before, and I'm curious to see what kind of stuff it gives us. So, let's say goodbye to our parks. These are very valuable. You can get a lot of good points out of them in different places on the map. So I don't know how it's gonna go, but we'll find out. See you, Obelisk. I'm sure I'll do more streaming this month. We'll see about longer term, but this month for sure. But let's randomize this. That is a ton of stuff. Wow. Lots of random items that we'll have to see how we can make work. If we had a fortune teller right now, we'd be laughing. We have so many items. What are our other boon options? I didn't realize we didn't have it yet. Oh yeah, it's still that. Let me level up first, and then we'll go back and use the boon. Level up 1. Can I get like 10 points from something? Is there something bad I can place? A fisher. Yeah. Let's get rid of a fisher. I can get 15 even in the middle of all that. Wow. That's surprisingly good. That might actually be where we need to place them, because that's a lot of points. Yeah, I'm going to take the 15, actually. That's pretty nice. There you go. It's not the 26 it otherwise would have been, but still pretty nice. Gotta face it the right way first. That'll level us up. Now we can come in here and take the level up boon. For 175 free points. Oh, it doesn't go right away. I should have thought about that. Whatever. 3 other boons. No. These are so bad! Come on! This is just leave! I'm not taking that as a boon, that sucks! Ugh. Alright. Well, that's fine. Let's just go play some stuff. We'll figure it out later. Do I have another seaweed farm? No, just seaweed fields. That's good. So seaweed fields are going to be over here with the rest of them. Lots of places to get lots of points. Is the better side over that way? No, I think it's going to be this one. We're getting a little hard to actually capitalize on our 2 seaweed farm sides now. But that's not surprising, given that we're basically at the end of the game at this point. Do you lose all your current buildings when you move on? Yeah, it's a brand new island. Everything you had is left behind. You can't take it with you. I'm gonna put you in this little corner. These houses are worth so many points. Those were definitely worth leaving some gardens behind to get. Some parks. I'm gonna put you... You can go there, it's not great. It's probably better over here, honestly. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll put you in the corner here, it's fine. I guess it can serve as a mulligan, but like... So you don't take boons with you unless they are this type of boon. Sealed boons you can take with you. Because you don't know what they are yet. But normal boons you cannot. I guess I just re-roll this. I don't have it. Yeah. Oh, Wisp is so good early. I'll take the cliff houses though, they're fun. What else we got? Oh, neighborly! Now we get neighborly. Cool, I'll take it. And add statue, I guess. More rerolls. I'll take the add statue. It's not good at this point, but like, why not? Why not? So we can just put this up here for another 80, but we put it a little lower, and we'll be able to get an easy 100. So that's fun. Mountain shrines don't like each other at a big penalty. That 50 really hurts. So you just put them somewhere a little further away, and suddenly it's not a problem anymore. We can get 114 there versus like 105 here. I think we'll take the 114. Yeah. That's pretty good. I doubt anywhere else is going to be as good as that. Let's just do a little quick scan around these little spots. This one would be the best, but because we put a pyre there, it doesn't fit anymore. So I'll take my 150, thank you very much. Or 114. We lose 1 point by doing a little bit of window shopping? Whatever, 140 is fine too. Actually, do you like cliff houses? You do like cliff houses. Okay, let's put some cliff houses in then first. So cliff house, as the name implies, are houses that fit on cliffs. And that's fun. Plus, they really like huts. So the best place to put them is around little huts like this. So since we made a little zone of huts, we can come in here now and put cliff houses in them. For even more points. They can't go anywhere though. They're pretty fun. They just kind of like stick to walls. Anywhere that's a wall, you can put a cliff house. So if there's room, anyway. If there's no room, obviously they can't go anywhere. But they'll go a lot of places. And last cliff house. I would love you in there too, but I don't know if there's actually room for this big one. I don't really want to take 12, but I might have to settle for 18. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take 18. That's pretty good. We have 2 pyres still to place. The problem with pyres is that we have a lot of things that pyres don't like now in the center of our island. That's a lot of negative points in there. So, like, you could put pyres on some of these faraway edges to capitalize on the fact that we're being far from things. But it might be hard to still get a decent roll. But that's like a 60 that I was seeing there for a second. That's pretty good. I'll take a 63. Yeah. That's pretty nice, actually. Is there there another one over here somewhere that would be good? Right between those two? I doubt it. No, right there anyway. There's a 40 here. That's not bad. But I don't know if there's another really high scoring spot left on this map. Well, there's a 47. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'll take it. You know what? That's fine. 48 even. Deal. Okay, we do have another statue to put down. I should consider doing that first before I do anything else, because this will probably give us other points on other things. It's not super useful at this point, because there's not a lot of space left to capitalize on it. But like, 30 points there is not nothing, and it might give us some other bonuses on other things we want to put down. We have another windmill here. I don't know if I can really get points on the windmill anymore. There's too many things nearby. There's probably a great spot to skims as many of the wheat fields as we can, though. 33 looks pretty good. I'll take it. Actually, no, I should put the fields down first. I can probably get even more points if we do that. Now, if I put them on this side, they won't be able to capitalize on the second windmill, but they will be worth more individually. It's probably better to take 5 points here instead of 4 points on a different windmill. So it goes. There should be our 32-point spot right around 37. Even better. We'll take it. Thank you, windmills. We have even more buildings we can add here. That, saving up all the parks, I think, definitely got us more points in the shenanigans stage, like this, than we would have gotten by doing things normally. I feel confident in that now. There's an 8 spot down here I might be able to get. There's a 7. You know what? That's good enough. Lumberjacks. We're never our strong suit on this island. Get a 20-point sawmill, though? 27? 27's pretty good. Alright, let's pop that in, take some trees out in the process, because at this point, I'm not going to be able to use them. 27 more points. We have another sand pit to add over here. I don't know if there's a really good sand pit spot left, though. 15... Not the most exciting points. I could get that just over here by itself. Yeah, that's a lot of negative points we're looking at here, which is really going to cut back on the ability to do anything fancy with the sand pit. There's a 19 there, though. Take 19. You know what? That's good. I do have neighborly. I gotta remember that. If there's anything where neighborly would make a big difference, though, it's going to be the seaweed farm. So let's go back over to the seaweed farm area and just look at the difference here. So, the seaweed farm currently is worth negative 18 points. If we make a neighborly seaweed farm, it is suddenly worth 78 points. That's kind of a big deal. I'm gonna take that. Thank you very much, game. That's a lot of points. Alright, we have another mason to put somewhere. Where do I want you now? I don't know. They're all in the same area, which means it's so densely packed with nonsense now, it's hard to really get anything out of these poor guys. 8. 8 sucks. I'd get more points just putting it on a random hill. hold on to that one for now then. There's not really a good spot for it. I have another temple? Oh, no. I delete this temple and put another one in the same place. It's not good, but, like, I could do it. I could put the temple over here, but again, it's still not worth anything. It's 37 points. It's because the market down below it really cuts back on the scoring, and the tavern underneath it, too. That is not very good. I think what we'll do before we forget is we're going to put this mountain shrine up here because we've already added a couple more negative things and a couple more positive things. If I'm not careful, we're going to cause ourselves more trouble. Now, I could put it up here for 140 if I use my other neighborly. That 50 difference might be the biggest difference I can get on a neighborly, so sure. We'll make a neighborly mountain shrine for 140 points. That's pretty good. We have 6 more building packs, but as you see, that one only added 2 items. They don't add much anymore. I probably should have used them earlier when they had more stuff in them. But I did not, so this is what we get. Another market. I mean, I could put it over here, but there's a market nearby, so it's not gonna like that. Too many markets. Too many markets. I could put it over here. That's maybe the best spot for one. We do have another wall platform, though, so I could sneak one into another weird spot. Let's put some houses down first, and then see where we feel like it. Because these houses are so many points! This, not so much, but the houses are wild right now. Where do I put you? You don't really have a good spot left. I've kind of filled the, the space I dedicated for mansions too much. It is done. And if I put something like that there, I probably can't put a wall around it. And putting a wall around it is what I want to do with the mansions now. It's kind of where the score is left to come from. So I'll put that there for now instead. We have another sand pit. I think we're kind of done on these guys. I'll take the 15 points out here, but I don't think there's really more to be had at this stage. There's just too many things. Too many things in Sandpit Land. There is another warehouse, though. I can get a good 30 on that. 33... 33 is going to be pretty hard to beat, I think. That is a valuable sandpit. Yeah, I'm going to take it. That's so many points. 33 points for the sandpit. Five walls. We're accumulating a good number of them. This one... I feel like this windmill might be hard to use. We've got some good value out of them so far, but man, they're mad about things near them. I don't have any more neighborly to get around the negative 60 we're getting right now. I think I just have to sneak it in the corner here and take the 42, because Demolish isn't going to help with that. So we'll sneak it in the corner and take plus 42. Still pretty good points. Still pretty good points, but we are running out of build components now. Unlikely to really get any big inflect further than we've already spent, so we'll have to see what we can do with what we got left. There's a 22 and a 23 there. That's pretty good. Take both of those. I'm unsure what to do with the market still. That's still like 50 points if I take that out and put one in its place. 50 points isn't nothing. The temple is the other weird one that I don't know what to do. It would be funny if I could put the wall platform over here. I shouldn't be allowed to do this. No, it will not let me. But it would be funny if it did. I think we might might try with the temple. Is there a spot? No, there's nothing there worth enough points. It might just be demolish the temple, put a temple back in the same spot. I don't love it, but like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get anything more valuable than that. It is a little awkward, but it is maybe all we can afford to do at this point. There are a couple more of these that we could put down in various bits and places. But I think those are all going to be better served with more houses if I can get them than by putting a little garden there. This one is a nice place for a park. That 17 points is pretty big. And again, I can do the same kind of thing up here, but those windmills really do cut out the scoring potential. The flowers are decent on this side, but it's only 13. I probably will still get more points by sticking them near the towns. Just a matter of where exactly is going to be best. There's still 20 points there if I can fit it, but yeah, you know what? I'll take the 20. I'll take the 20. You've convinced me, game. One more to place. I think over here is probably still nice for these. Another 17 points is hard to say no to. Alright, we're getting to the end of things now. We're running out of options and running out of resources. I am going to demolish this. I have a bunch more platforms, but I don't think they're going to be useful for what we could try to do with them. So instead, I think it's probably going to be better to just try and put them in a place where they actually give us points themselves. There's probably a really good spot over here, actually. They love the masons. Maybe not a great spot. 28's not bad, though. I know this has been a pretty low energy stream, very chill vibes. Hopefully you've been enjoying it so far. We're not going to go for too much longer. I gotta go get some dinner and stuff after this. You know what? Why not? We're at the end of the game, basically. I'll put it for random 28 points platform in the middle of nowhere. Sure. You have to work early tomorrow? No worries, Zephyr. See you later. We are a little bit more to go still here for those of you who are sticking around, but we're probably not going too much longer. It's an awkward shape. I guess I can put it in there, though. That might be a good spot for it because I don't think there's one over here. Yay! 58 points. That's pretty good. What do we get from this first? Another mansion? No! I want another house. Alright, that's fine. Mark it in here for 58. Decent points. Can I fit this little mansion in this little hole? Yes! 11 points it is. And one more square park. Square parks are used in actual, more relevant areas. I'm just going to take 17 on the flowers over here. Thank you very much. We have one mason left. I am going to delete this sucker with my last demolish boon. And put a new temple in its place. Delightful. Put a new temple in its place. There we go. We'll take that nice 60 points. The real thing that I'm holding on to points-wise are these walls. I think we can get a pretty good bonus from these walls. So we're just going to put down the last couple of bits we've got and see what else we can wind up with to end off as strong as we can. Not a great place for this guy anywhere, really, is there? I knew this beforehand, but I'm feeling it again now. That'll do. We'll take 13 on this. We'll stick it over here by the town. Why not? Okay, so we are basically out of options. We have one wall platform, one terrace left. I'm sure we can get a pretty decent score off the terrace somewhere. Get another 30, 40, 50 points. A bit like this. Do you care about walls, actually? You don't. Good. Because we're going to start building walls. We should be able to get about 20 to 30 points per wall. Especially once we're able to start putting in the arches. So let's start with this one. 20 points there. Now we come over to here for 48 points. Very nice. We can scooch around here for another 45. Very nice. If we go underneath the temple, 47 on that one. Very good. And on this side, we should be able to sneak up by the temple for, again, about the same. 43, I'll take it. That's a lot of points on the walls. Unfortunately, the last building back here gives us this item. So we are very out of resources and being done. I'll take another 43 on this wheat field, though. That's pretty good. The wall platform's going to be not a lot. I don't think we can get more than about 20 off of it, no matter what we do. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything fancy here. It's just going to be in town here is the best you can get out of it. And one more placement. Where can we place this last terrace that should unlock one more round of points for a single additional building? 58? I think 58 is going to be our winner. I don't think there's anything going to give us anywhere near that many points. There's 32 over there. That's nice, but it's not 58. There's 50 up on top here, but that's not 58 either. Yeah, those 58s are looking like the prize, so let's take our 58 points. And one final item pack. What is our last item? It is the hut. And just for the heck of it, I'm going to put you on top of it by yourself somewhere. Here, you can live on top of this one. There you go, champ. Enjoy your terrace. And that's alright. It took longer than I thought it. I know this game always takes me a while to do an island. Was not expecting to be here for 4.5 hours. So, a little longer than anticipated. But yeah, look at this nice little place. All developed now. Almost too developed in some ways. These wall platforms and terraces are kind of I don't have things to pop them. But, it came along quite nice. Oh, it's the game. We have these sealed boons we take toward the next island. So I'm going to head off to the next island. You keep your score, but you start fresh. We get a bunch of points for the things that were the most valuable, for not undoing things, different kinds of buildings. It ticks up your total number of islands completed. And you go again. You get a guild hall or cliff houses. Interesting. Sacred rocks are cool, but I don't know if I love them. I would probably just take this one, have fun with some cliff houses later. They're both interesting, but that's all though. I'm probably not do Islanders again on stream. It's a fun little thing for me to do, but it is it is like 3 hours per island. I don't know if that's the vibe I'm looking for. But I hope you enjoyed this this chill little island experience. One of the fun little things at the end of it is it tracks up your score and shows you how you're doing. And apparently my global rank is getting pretty good. But this is my 9th island, so clearly I've stacked this up for a while. But yeah, that's Islanders. I do enjoy, there's a whole bunch of unusual challenges for you to do. The achievements reward you for doing different kinds of things. So like in that one we just did, I got an achievement for building 240 buildings on the same island, which apparently I hadn't done yet, and one for earning 125 points from the level up boon in a single boon, and one for beating 3 islands with special properties. So there's like, this isn't bragging, this is just something that happens when you play the game, but it is interesting that there are lots of little ways to encourage you to play different islands and try different things, and that helps. If you are looking for something to do, you can go just like take a peek at what the game is challenging you to do with the achievements. I think it's kind of fun. That said though, I have got to go get some dinner. It is longer than I planned to stream for, so I would thank you all for coming by and checking it out, and I will be back again before too long, I promise. Until then, bye for now.